Of the Bianca Andreescu match, 2019 U.S. Open champ, battling through the rigors of qualifying against Zidancic of Slovenia. Andreescu took that opening set 6-2. Will continue to follow that one as well, as Zidancic does have a break chance in set number 2. Now, before we continue to document all the qualifying of the major storylines, I want to update everybody with what's going on around the U.S. Open on this Friday. So yesterday, the main draws came out for men's and women's singles. Zena and I, along with our entire crew, postulated what we might think, who might advance deeper into the second week of the U.S. Open. We'll get more into that as the show rolls along. Also, Zena, it's Media Day today, where players speak with the press. Competition beginning on Sunday. Remember, it shifted last year. Instead of a Monday start, Sunday as well. So Sunday begins day one of the main draw for men's and women's singles. But we should have some players speaking to our very own competent reporter, very talented young man, and Gil Gross. I'll have all the player interviews. We'll relay those interviews here on U.S. Open Radio. And I'm excited to hear how the players are practicing and gearing up into bringing that momentum for this year's U.S. Open.
I'm always really excited to hear the media day, and I'm always even more excited to hear Gil because he asks some of the most interesting questions, and it's nice when you get that little tag and get to hear his voice on there and see what the players are actually going to say.
Absolutely. Everybody on this crew does a remarkable job, and we thank you so very much. We're 5 minutes past the top of the hour with Zena Garrison. I'm Dave Leno. Whether you're watching us, we say hello from the studio here on ESPN Plus, ESPN app, also YouTube worldwide. We're also on traditional radio, the U.S. Open app, usopen.org, and TuneIn Radio. Beginning on Sunday, we'll be on Sirius XM. You can hear our ball-to-ball from first ball to last, ball-to-ball play-by-play right here on U.S. Open Radio. Zena, around us outside the studio on this 75-degree afternoon, the coveted Marvel comic book has that giveaway where they have 5 different comics. Everybody's trying to grab one of those featuring all the 5 Barrows. We had USTA's marketing manager, Nicole Cancam, describing all of that for everybody. Airbrush tattoos for the kids, face painting for young and the veterans out there, by the way, not just for the youngsters. We've got the New York Hall of Science exhibit to our right from our booth. You can get your charms at the Amex booth as well, which is a big hot button collector's item during the World Cup Fan Fest.
Wait, did you say charms?
Charms, like a charm bracelet.
Oh, I'm very aware of what you said. I'm just trying to figure out why I hadn't made it over there yet.
I haven't either. Now, listen, my son, all he wanted when we went to the Fan Fest in Philly for the World Cup were these charms. And I got to tell you, some of the waits were like 2-3 hours. Then they changed it to make it a little bit more friendly so you don't have to wait. But everybody loves a charm bracelet. And there's so many giveaways, too, part of Fan Week. Now, understand that Fan Week is free, that people can come onto the grounds and they just have to pre-register, but it is free to come on and watch all this beautiful tennis.
Yeah, that's the great thing about it. And what I love, the fact is they get to come here for free. Don't have to worry about buying a ticket per se, but they get to see so many interesting things, as well as even seeing the players have an opportunity to practice.
Yep. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout, Zena, because we have our first special guest of our Day 6 U.S. Open Fan Week coverage. Yuri Rodionov, who just punched his ticket into the main draw for the first time at the U.S. Open, is joining us on set live next. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/USOpen.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to Flushing Meadows, New York, here in the United States with Zina Garrison. I'm Dave Leno, and on the set, we're pleased to be joined by Yuri Rodionov, who just punched his ticket into the main draw for the first time at the U.S. Open. Congratulations, Yuri.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome, and it's got to be a big moment for you. First time at the U.S. Open, but you did this right at Roland Garros, where you went through qualifying, got into the main draw. What was the secret today in the end? You got to go 3 sets. You won 6-4 in the third against Jacob Fernley. What worked well for you today?
We started today at 3-2 in the third because yesterday it was raining the whole day and our match got cancelled. So obviously it wasn't the easiest situation to go to court today at 3-2. The pressure was already high at the very first from the very first point, and I think we both felt the situation. We both were very nervous, but thankfully I managed to keep my nerves in check most of the time. And I'm just thrilled to be in the main draw of the U.S. Open for the first time.
So what would you do now since you qualified at the French Open, so you went into the main draw, this is your first time here. So what would you do for getting ready for your match? Will you celebrate or you just wait a little bit?
No, I don't really have time to celebrate. It depends who my next opponent will be, when I will play. I'll play either on Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday, and obviously my schedule will depend on when I play. If I play on Tuesday, then I have more time to recover, to relax. If I play already on Sunday, I probably need to practice maybe today a little bit more, and tomorrow for sure.
So, Yuri, play was suspended, like you mentioned, due to the rain yesterday. How did you handle that break? Did you go over things with your coach or yourself tactically that you wanted to improve to win this match today?
I think in these kind of situations, having your nerves in check is more important than any tactics, than any shot, and any weakness that you can exploit from your opponent. I think in these kind of situations where there's a lot of money on the line, a lot of prestige for me, being the first time qualifying, I think I was just focusing on myself, on my nerves, and to keep myself as calm as possible and just fight for every ball, basically.
Does this court suit you well? Hard courts or clay, or you like them all?
Usually I prefer hard court, but I also am fine with playing on clay or on grass. I think I'm very good on each surface. Maybe I like it a little bit slower with a little bit of a higher bounce, so I can use my forehand heavy spin a little bit better. But if it wouldn't suit me, I wouldn't qualify.
How was the court? Are they playing fast, slow? What are they playing?
I think it's pretty fast. It also depends on the weather. For example, today it was much faster than yesterday. Yesterday it was cloudy, it was colder. Today it was sunny and a lot hotter, so obviously it was a little bit faster. But I mean, you have to play under any condition, so there's no room for complaining.
You're like, I'm in. That's all that matters.
Yeah, true.
I know, Yuri, you've been grinding it out in the Challengers. You've gone very far at those events, to many finals as well. You've won titles, too. How is that grind? How can you tell our audience around the world about what the Challenger Tour is and how that gets you ready for all the pressure there to build up points in your ranking to get into a chance to get into a main draw at a Grand Slam?
I would say it's pretty much the same as on the ATP Tour, just a level down. Just less points, less money, less prestige. It's a hard grind, especially I think mentally to do the same amount of work as the top guys, but achieving less. But obviously, I mean, if I want to be one of the top guys, I just need to play better. So I mean, the better you are, the more reward you get. But obviously it's a hard grind, and that's the reason why I'm thrilled being in the first round and to be on the main stage now.
Let the audience know a little bit about you. I'm always interested in what people do offside, out when they're not practicing, just loving what they're doing, their passions.
Well, I discovered golf last season. Last May, I started to play a lot of golf. I'm not good, but it's a great way to to clear my head. Play with friends and just enjoy myself. Other than that, tennis is a 24/7 job. Either you're traveling or you're at your base practicing the whole day. So there's not a lot of time for vacations or to have a lot of free time, and also you can only be a professional until like maybe 35, maybe nowadays until 40 maybe, so you don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, that 40's creeping in real quick with players now.
So share this, Yuri. Born in Germany, but you moved to Austria. So you grew up in Austria.
Mm-hmm.
What was life like playing tennis there? And I was reading in some of your background that you weren't maybe allowed to play football or soccer up until 6 years old. Take us through your upbringing and how you've gotten to where you are today.
When I was younger, I was always fascinated by sports, by all kind of sports. And in my hometown, there was the chance to either play soccer or tennis. Firstly, I chose football, but I wasn't allowed to practice there because the starting ages were 6 and above.
Wow.
And then I started to play tennis when I was 4 years old. And when I was 6, I started to play football as well. And then until 10, 11, I played both sports. And then with 10 or 11, I decided to only play tennis. And at 14, I decided to try to make it my profession.
Well, football gave you a lot of footwork, so you could work on your game.
True.
Do you still use it in some form? It's training?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm more into golf, more into paddle maybe, but not so much.
Yeah.
Into football, soccer.
Well, speaking of that, I hear you're a big Arsenal fan, right? They won their first Prem title since 03, 04. Saka, Odegaard, I was watching a lot.
Yeah.
At the World Cup, and Saliba, Declan Rice. What do you think of the Gunners this year? Can they continue to dominate?
I think they improved as a team.
Yeah.
I think the transfers they made improved the side, and I think it just depends on how fit the guys are throughout the season. Obviously, I mean, if a few key players get injured, it's gonna weaken the team. But it's just the start of the season, and I would say I'm not a hardcore fan.
Okay.
I'm just more like if they win, I'm very happy, and if they lose, I'm kind of trying to separate me emotionally because I have enough troubles in tennis.
Yes, right.
So if I want to be as happy as possible.
All right. Well, I got to ask, who did you root for at the World Cup?
That's a good question. I mean, obviously Austria.
Okay.
Austria, but for the title, I would probably say England.
Okay.
Yeah.
They were at the distance.
Yeah.
That England-Argentina game had a lot of history behind
True.
that, going back to 1986. Wanted to ask back to your tennis, and you played Davis Cup as well last year.
Yeah.
What's that like with Offner and company, and how does that help you, that Davis Cup environment for like a New York crowd that's watching your matches?
In the past, I've always been able to play my best tennis on the Davis Cup. Just the pressure to play for your own country, to play at a home crowd, or even away with all the away fans against you. I think this just gives me a lot of energy, and I always feeling honored to represent my country, and I just enjoy the company. I think. What separates us is that we're not only colleagues, but we're also friends. We have the same team for the last 2-3 years with the same players, and I think we grew together. We also qualified last year for Bologna for the last 8, and for the first time in a lot of years. So, so I think just we grew as a unit.
Well, congratulations, continued success, and have at it in the main draw.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Way to
Appreciate
go.
it. Thank
Keep
you.
going.
Thank you. Rodionov into his first U.S. Open main draw, just like he did at Roland Garros and does it here in New York. We'll step aside. More to come right after these words. U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, You'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the US Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Every day brings a new challenge. Pushing for that extra mile. Grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolyt's science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolyt, science of hydration.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion, and we know spectacular awaits us all.
Are you ready for the next chapter of Spectacular? This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to our Day 6 coverage of U.S. Open Fan Week, presented by American Express with Zina Garrison. I'm Dave Leno. In the background, you hear there's a Doncic and Andreescu match that's at 3-all in the second set. Andreescu, the 2019 U.S. Open champ, took that first set 6-2. Zina and I are pleased to be joined by a U.S. Open quarterfinalist twice in 23 and 24. She gets to the main draw here in qualifying with a bagel in the third set. Qinwen Zheng, thank you so much for joining us on U.S. Open Radio.
Hi, nice to meet you guys. My pleasure to be here.
It's an absolute pleasure and an honor to be with the Paris Olympic gold medalist joining Zina and I. So one Olympic gold medalist to another, by the way. So I'm here with legends. I'm just Dave.
Okay.
But I have to first ask you, coming back, you didn't play the U.S. Open last year. You had to go through qualifying with the elbow injury.
Yeah.
What was that like?
Well, last year I remember at this moment I was sitting at my couch watching everyone else playing and feeling really sad because, I've been through surgery, injury, and I thought my comeback will be like always. I can performance as I was before, and my comeback was not that impressive. Honestly, I always felt my expectations, and it was really tough for me this few months because I felt my level or my achievement is far away than what I have done last year or 2 years ago. So I have to work really hard for comeback again. It was not easy, my first comeback from a surgery, first comeback from an injury. All this process is just really broke my head, but it was necessary experience for me to stay humble, to stay low. Okay, if you want to be good at the sport, you need to work hard and you need to suffer.
Yeah. Well, always love watching you play because you're such a big competitor. And watching you in the qualifying, but when you won today, I noticed you had the biggest smiles. Like, take us through that.
Wow, yeah, it was not easy for me because I was not feeling so comfortable body-wise since second round, so I have to fight against my body conditions a bit. And yesterday was rain delay. I wake up really early in the morning from 6:30 for prepare the match at 11, and then the rain stopped the match, and just all day you stay with the match nervous, and then plus your body doesn't feeling well, and then when you enter to the court again, before you're winning and suddenly you are losing, like oh shit, what's happened here? Well, it was like okay, I'm winning 6-4 and suddenly it's 2-5. Okay, and suddenly the lightning coming and has to stop again. We've been waiting until 6:30. They tell us, okay, the match can't get canceled. You play tomorrow, first match at 11. So you come back without many rest, and you need to wake up again 6:30. So all this process is just blow up my head. That's why when I won, it's like I feel so emotional because I want to win so much. I want so much to be in the manager of U.S. Open,
And I heard your body felt a lot better in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Did you feel like that was a turning point for you physically to get ready for qualifying here?
I would say no, that was not a turning point. I think the turning point is I decided not to play Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And my team and my coach, we say, okay, you need to have good block of preparation because you need to come back. You need to work hard for reach your level in the fitness wise, in the tennis wise. So we've been make a small preseason in Florida, actually in IMG.
Yep.
That was so hot. I remember every day, I finished the practice from up to down, even my short, that's sweating full. That was so humid. I never stay one place like that. And every day I'm just...
Don't come to Houston, Texas.
It sounds like Texas in the United States, where she's from.
Yeah, every day I'm suffering. I say, again on the court. And when you go to the afternoon, that was so hot, crazy hot, that like I'm suffering every single day. And when I arrive to here and I see the temperature, I was, oof, this is a paradise for me.
Can you remember back to your run that you made in 23 and in 2024 here, what that was like in New York?
Well, that was also a great experience because, I had to come back China after Cincinnati, so which means I only got 3 days before U.S. Open to prepare.
Wow.
Yes, so that's the case. So I don't have like normal preparation as everyone else. So you see, I suffer the first match a lot. I remember against Amanda Anisimova, which is a really good player, big stroke, and I suffer every single match actually. But somehow I found a way to reach the quarterfinal. I remember lost against Aryna Sabalenka. That was a great match for me. A lot to learn. I always have great experience in U.S. Open and love to playing here in front of all the crowd.
So what are you looking forward to playing in the Grand Slam? Just getting back, what are you looking forward to?
Well, I think I just want to fight every single match because at the end when you're playing a sport, you can't just see the result. Because when you watch on the result, this is not going to work. You know that, right? So I just want to enjoy. And then today, honestly, the third set, I feel like I fight like how I used to fight before. Because since I come back from the injury, I didn't find this fire inside me. Because, when you are injured, you don't have nervous every single day. You don't get stressed. I was so relaxed every day, not feeling the stress of match. So when you come back to the tour, you need to tell your body, okay, now it's time to get nervous every day. You need to be stressed. And now it's okay. Now it's time. Yeah, now I found the fire.
Well, you're known for a fighter, so keep that. That's your strength.
Yes, it is. I have a lot of fire inside me, but in the same time, I need to know how to control this fire. But the past 3-4 months, the problem is, okay, where is all my fire? Come back, my fire. I need you.
I think it's coming back. Keep going.
Yeah. We can feel the heat here. It's echoing across the grounds. Kim Win-jen, thank you so much for joining us. I'm with two Olympians here on this set. Good luck in the main draw here at the U.S. Open.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. We'll take the time out. On the other side, we'll be joined by another very special guest from the USTA, Chris Studley. That and more when we return on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the Am Law 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the U.S. Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Mount Sinai is the official health services provider of the U.S. Open and the leading medical services team for the athletes. Visit our booth near Court 15 to create your own U.S. Open avatar. Check out mountsinai.org/US Open.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to Day 6 of U.S. Open Fan Week on this beautiful Friday from Flushing Meadows, New York with Zina Garrison. I'm Dave Leno. We're pleased to be joined by USTA's Managing Director of Event Services, our friend, we see him every year, Mr. Chris Studley. Chris, thank you so much for joining us again.
Thanks for having me. I always love coming on here and talking food with you amongst all the other things we have going on.
We appreciate it. You know, we're chomping at the bit with the Salt Hang Chefs and the Red Hook with all the lobster. Remember, you brought us a lobster roll last year, which we loved. But I got to start off, Chris, by asking, last year, Fan Week, a rousing success, over 239 fans, which was a record, came through the gates. What was the difference from last year into this year's Fan Week, and how much are you and your staff enjoying it?
You know, it's a great runway to the main draw, but Fan Week for us is super special, right? It's for a casual fan, potentially, that may not understand tennis, but may want to dip their toe in the water. We even see when we host outside events here at the Tennis Center in the off-season. Yeah. For instance, this year we held the FIFA Fan Fest to the watch parties.
Yeah.
We realized people came here that may not have known we exist even, and they live in New York City. But when they can kind of experience tennis at no cost to come on the site, check it out, it develops the whole new tennis ecosystem and audience, and we love that. So,
I am excited. I'm one of those Instagrammers. I just kind of go through food and all this. So I've been noticing already with Fan Week, like it's just an enormous amount of people coming on and saying that they come here, what the food is. I didn't know you guys had green beans out here.
Oh, they're the best. The Miznon green beans.
I'm getting them today.
They're not open today. They're going to open Sunday.
When are they open?
Sunday,
okay,
Sunday,
I'm going to get them on Sunday. But this morning, literally, I woke up and saw that, and they were saying that you must try them. I mean, so how does it go about getting interesting things like that to come here?
A great question. And I will tell you about the green beans first because I am someone that loves food, but I'm not usually the vegetable guy. I say that quietly. But you know, trying those, they were like eating French fries, but I felt healthy, so it was fantastic. How we curate the food program is two ways. One, we look at what's hot in the city. So, for instance, you mentioned Salt Tank right next door.
Yeah.
I mean, viral sensation, sells on average 250 to 300 sandwiches a day in his shop in the city, and closes. We said, well, when you come here, we need you to stay open. Yeah. Right now, they're doing 1,000 sandwiches a day. I mean, it's incredible, and you know, people respond well. They want what's relevant, what's hot, what's new, and that's what we deliver. So it's a little bit of us doing a little outreach, and then there's the cachet of being involved in the open and coming out here, and it's a really fun experience for the chefs. We did our chef media day yesterday, and when they get together, it's like summer camp. They're all welcoming each other back, and they see each other all year. But when you're here, you're just a tight-knit community.
Well, I appreciate you doing. You actually saved my life here a couple of years ago. Jim, our producer, actually had to find me a juice, and the juice lady, I can't think of her name right now, but she's coming back. She told me on Friday. I've actually stayed friends with her, and she had a juice that had spinach in it, and I had very low iron, and so Jim would get me a juice almost every day.
Probably from Nourish Spot over there in the backyard.
That's it.
All the ladies
her.
are fantastic.
Yes.
They're from
yes.
Queens, right here, local. We love them.
And she always texts me and tells me when she's coming back and everything. So thank you for coming up with new things, because at that particular time, my iron was low. I had to find some spinach, and so they helped me out over there.
I just want to give a shout to your beautiful family. AJ and Sienna are watching our show right now next to the American Express Fan Experience across from Louis Armstrong Stadium. It's always a treat to have you here with us, Chris. Chris, I want to touch on for fans listening that haven't been here yet, but are coming maybe on Sunday for the first day of the main draw or after that. What can they expect? What's different at the U.S. Open this year?
Absolutely. So we touched on Salt Tank is here now. We have Miznon that joined us. Even stands that existed before, we're kind of plussing up things. So if you go down to Prime, the old Prime Burger, as it was known at the end of the Food Village, it's the Pat LaFrida Prime 850 stand. So we have your burger that you've had for years, but we have the new meat blend, the Prime 850, which is the best of the best. Things that, you know, may be mainstream in other stadiums, we look for ways to kind of take it to the next level. We want to be known as the venue in the country or the world with the best food. You know, you're coming here, you're enjoying a long day, you're going to have at least a meal or maybe a meal and a snack or maybe two meals. So we want it to be special.
And about 5 honey deuces as well?
I can't comment on how many, people may drink, but last year we sold
We see a lot coming through here.
It's pretty popular.
What was the sales last year publicly?
Publicly, 738,000 honey deuces were sold. So very popular drink. You know, it caught fire. I think there's people that enjoy the drink. I think there's people that like to take pictures with the drink. I think it's just become a cultural sensation. And, you see the fans. What I love is walking around, you talk to people, and they're either a casual tennis fan or they're a diehard tennis fan, or there's somebody, like I said earlier, they walk around, they're like, it's my first time here. Where do I go?
Yeah.
Well, Gina gets a lot of that. She plays tour guide here. They
yeah,
talk with Olympic gold medalist, one of the best to play.
The minute I put my badge on and I walked through that gate, and the people started coming up to me asking me, where did they go? And I was like, what is it? What kind of face do I have? So I had to put that on Instagram. But one of the very first things I do every year that I come, I go and check out and see all the food, what's happening in the food court.
It's such a vital part of any experience, right?
Yeah.
Like you can come here and, you can watch the tennis and you can experience it, but you got to eat. Yeah. So when you're out here, you make that a part, and eating's so social. So when you come with your friends, it's a nice place to sit down. And by the way, the food court has something for everyone. So it's like, hey, we're going to go grab a table. We'll meet. I'll go there. You go there. We'll meet in the middle. We'll find a spot. But then, we have 5 restaurants on site. So you can also enjoy one of those. And if you want to really get out of the sun, and you go sit in Cosme this year, which took over for our old Mojito concept we renovated. And Cosme's here with excellent dishes. The chef's amazing. It's world-renowned. It's like we're making it better for everybody. I should have mentioned too, Morimoto, who's been doing sushi for our player dining for years,
Yeah.
now has a stand in Arthur Ashe for the public to get sushi rolls.
Nice.
So
I think I saw that because I am one of those people. One of my passions and loves whatever. I love food photography and I love themes and I love tablescaping. That's what I do on the outside. But when I had a chance to meet Hank Stem yesterday, I went absolutely crazy. I'm just like, oh my goodness, because I mean, and just the thought of like you guys bringing someone like them here was just amazing.
we try hard, and it's an off-season job doing it all. You could be talking to somebody in October about what you're going to do next August and September, or August and September. And, it's not a simple like, hey, we're going to go flip on a light switch. There's a lot that goes into it. And our partners at Levy Restaurants, who we have as our concessionaire, do a heck of a job for us.
I want you to take us through the renovation that's ongoing, right? A three-phase renovation inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, I believe $800 million. Also the new Player Center. So for folks that are going to be entering inside Ashe to take in all the action that haven't been there yet, what can they expect? And how about the new Player Center?
Absolutely. So the Player Center on the outside, I'll start there. As you approach the stadium, you see it. It looks almost finished on the outside. However, it is just a shell. It's a skin right now. We're going to work on that to get it open for 2027. All the player amenities that are in Arthur Ashe Stadium are going to move out to that building, give them one central hub, latest and greatest of everything, from gym to dining. Everything is going to be first rate. And I would say we do a pretty good job now, but we're just even going to reach a little higher, so to speak. And that enables us to kind of free up space in Arthur Ashe for our fans. So on every level of Ashe, I mean, this year, if you're in the loge seating or the promenade seating, your concourse got wider. You now have way more walkway, and there's less seats up there, so there's less congestion. We enables people to circulate the building a whole lot easier. Downstairs on the club level, in year two, there's some new concessions. There's some temporary concessions this year, as year two is a little bit transitional for us. So we found ways to be creative to make sure we have offerings for enough people. There's 5,000 fans using that concourse now, where there used to be about 3,000. So we have to make sure that there's the right amount of amenities for them. In the future, there'll be some more club spaces tied to seats that they can get access to. We have the restaurants, Aces and Champions, will eventually both be back. Aces is closed this year for a hospitality location, but it'll be moving downstairs to a media center where it's currently sitting. So be more space for that. To us, it's all about movement, getting people more space, giving the amenities that they really need, and blessing up everybody's experience.
So with players now getting more into becoming foodies and everything, do you get any calls from any players suggesting certain things?
I'll tell you what, Chef Billie, who's our player chef up in dining, he takes special requests.
Oh, okay.
He does get the text from either a trainer or sometimes the player themselves. And on match day, they want specific things, and he'll whip it up, whether it's salmon or chicken or rice and things like that. He'll take care of them.
What's it like for, and it's not just the average Joe like myself coming in, but then you see maybe somebody from overseas for the first time, whether it's a dignitary outside the President's Gate, or it could be an A-lister celebrity as well, or the players and their families. When they first see the U.S. Open, and sometimes I've seen you out there welcoming everybody with you and your great staff. What's that moment like that you get a sense from those people coming into Arthur Ashe for the first time and at the U.S. Open?
It's nice to see, right? It's an event that we've seen grow in such a way that all those folks that are relevant, whether it's sports or entertainment or any of those celebrities, even dignitaries, they want to be here. Yeah. People are like asking to come, and I don't think that you can say that about every event in the world, right? Like we're so finite, such time crunch. It's so special that people descend on us, and it gives me great joy. But I get the same amount of joy when I walk out to the main gate over here and you see the smile of people that are walking in. I mean, our fan matters, right? Like they come in and it's so special that this is their vacation.
When you guys open the gates, they are running inside to get their prime spot to watch all the matches and practice.
That's the beauty of Fan Week. So if you remember years ago when Grandstand was right over here, they used to run in Grandstand every day. But, Fan Week allows the access to all these players that you may not have when we get into main draw, where people are a little more guarded, right? Like the players, at the end of the day, they're trying to win a tournament. They want to win the championship. So they're super focused, and especially as you get into that draw, they're so focused, locked in. Fan Week, everybody can be a little looser. You're practicing, you know it's coming, but maybe a fan can get an autograph they might not have been able to get the next week. So it's a way to get our fans super close to the players. And today, all the players are doing some interviews on the stage with Andy Roddick and his Serve podcast. So, they're walking by everybody in the plaza. It's amazing.
I was going to ask you, what is your joy? You kind of already said it, but I can see it on your face. But is there any special moment when you first started this job that just really you think about all the time?
It's a great question. I think it's evolving. The place has evolved so much. I joined the USTA in 2009, and I can tell you it almost looks nothing like when I got on site in 2009. We've rebuilt every facility on the site, including Arthur Ashe right now. We put the roof on since I've been here. Armstrong in 2018, Grandstand in 2016, every field court 17 back in 2010.
Yeah.
So, I have the privilege of being here. It's been amazing the whole time, and I just look forward to this time of year.
And what I love about this place, having done World Team Tennis broadcasting here in the past as well, it's a public park, right? Fans, you can play there. If everybody listening and watching us on ESPN Plus, ESPN app, and YouTube, you can play on this very court just like you can at the Lake Nona campus at the national campus, right?
That's our home of American tennis down in Orlando, where a lot of players train. And up here, we're home to about 100 colleges and high schools, and they come out every day. 11 months out of the year, they're hosting their home matches, and we have big NCAA tournaments here now and then. So it's a real facility. And by the way, all the courts that those pros are hitting on, that's what you're hitting on. Same ones.
For sure.
That could be a little intimidating to you.
For some. Yeah.
I just want to give a quick update over on Court 7. Andreescu just got broken by Zidancic. So Zidancic is up 5-3 in the second, trying to force a third. We'll continue to update you on that match as well. Chris Studley is with us, USTA's Managing Director of Event Services with Zena Garrison. I'm Dave Leno. Chris, what's like the best kept secret here for you? And if you could kind of peel back the curtain a little bit, that you would say to someone maybe coming for the first or the second time, you got to check this out. You got to check that out.
The first few days, check out all the outer courts.
Yeah.
There is so much talent, especially the first few days when we have matches everywhere on the grounds. If you're a true tennis fan, you can see the best matches possible on all of those courts. And I think sometimes people focus on it. I got to get in Arthur Ashe, or I got to get in Louis Armstrong, and they're always amazing matches because the stars are always on those courts. But if you go over to Stadium 17, if you go court 12, court 5, some of those matches are so intense, and you feel the energy when you're there.
Well, I'm loving every bit of it. We've had the opportunity to have the artist. We had on
Eugenia Mello, who did the theme art this year. The big
I've
poster,
noticed, and she mentioned it yesterday. I've noticed there's art everywhere, and it's like amazing. But it's like it's uplifting, and her colors. And she was telling us yesterday the fact is when it was a very gloomy day that the colors just brighten out even more. But I love the fact that you guys keep evolving.
We try.
Whether it's the food or it's entertainment, it's like everything. I come and this is my new theme for this year. I walk in the building and I'm like, okay, what do I learn about the U.S. Open this year? Because every year it's been something different.
We like to be innovative, right? Like we like to keep it, and then at the same time, we have to keep a little bit of nostalgia.
Yeah.
And I point that out only because you guys are almost in view of the draw board over there.
Yep.
And it could not be any more nostalgic than that, where we have vinyl application of names going on.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you the number of people that will stop in front of the draw board, point at the matches that they're going to see on the draw, and take that picture and post it.
Yeah.
And just to the left of that is our yearly theme art setup, where people take the photo there to capture the moment. And it becomes a thing year after year that they want to get the new photo, right?
Well, I'm loving those stairways with the artwork on there.
Cool.
That is absolutely beautiful.
No, I certainly love that. Chris, how do you gear up now as this goes on for 2027? Do you take this in? Is it constantly after this is over? Because we talked with your colleagues, Nicole Cam and others, where you're always thinking about how you want to evolve from this year into next year, too.
Always thinking about it. Right now, as we talked about the transition, this is year 2.
Right.
So when we're about to hit year 3, I think year 2 is probably the one where we really made sure we had to get it ready. It was the biggest leap, I would say, in the 3-year transition. Year 1, we did a lot of stuff behind the scenes that fans might not have picked up on. A lot of structural work that I don't want to bore anybody with details, but not visible to the public so much. Year 2 was the reinvention of the bowl in Arthur Ashe. And I think when you're sitting there watching tennis, it looks beautiful. I think year 3 is a lot more stuff that the fans are going to see when I mentioned like those new concessions and things going into Ashe and spaces being renovated. I think that's when we're going to really have like our big reveal, so to speak. So we're gearing up. I mean, a lot of construction left to be done, and we have a great team on it. So Looking forward to it.
How's your Hofstra Pride doing? What's the update on the sports season? Them in Delaware.
You remembered. That's so funny. You do your homework.
Go back to our little college
They're great.
days, yeah.
I get back to Hofstra now once a year. I help out the business school, and I really enjoy it. It's always been a good part.
Nice. Well, we enjoy always having you every year. Don't be a stranger. We're here throughout the entire main draw. And thank you so much for all you and your staff do in making this U.S. Open so special.
Thank you so much. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Love it.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. It's Chris Studley there with the USTA. Zena and I will return just after this quick timeout. We'll give you updates on the Andreescu match, which, by the way, is going to a third set. That and more. All coming up next. U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the U.S. Open.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the U.S. Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the U.S. Open since 1978.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
With Fage Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious. The possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Fage with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Fage to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Fage yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights, and what to wear, and for sure, how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it.
With Olympic gold medalist and tennis icon Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leno. We're pleased to be joined by award-winning artist and the creator of this year's theme art celebrating our New York story, Eugenia Mello. Eugenia, thanks so much for joining us today.
I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, well, I'm so fired up to read a little bit about your background in your Brooklyn-based studio, a native of Argentina, but I know you lived around Costa Rica and Venezuela as well. First, I want to ask you, thank you. First, I want to ask you, how did you get involved with the U.S. Open? How did maybe the marketing teams get a hold of you? And how did this all come to life?
Oh my God, the most exciting way, and as everything, slowly and then suddenly. You know what I mean? First, I got an email from the marketing team over here at the U.S. Open saying, very mysterious. I didn't know. I wasn't, obviously, I wasn't sitting down expecting it. And it said, we've chosen you to do a pitch for us, to pitch for the U.S. Open theme art this year. I'm the kind of person that doesn't get excited until things are set. So I was like, oh, okay, that's fun. That's exciting. And we had 2 months to come up with ideas. And it was 3 ideas each. I didn't know who the other people were, obviously. And I always assume it's going to be the most amazing artist also there. So I was just trying to chill, calm down, and think of something. I had a month and a half, and then I sent my first ideas in, and then it kind of got the ball rolling. But that's how it started. Yeah, so I've loved art of my life, and how it's all started is that I used to paint when I was a kid, like a lot of kids paint, and I also danced, which I really loved. and I moved around a lot. So, and I'm an only kid, so you have a lot of free time when you don't know anyone in a new place and you're by yourself in your home. So,
So for folks watching us, right now on ESPN Plus, all around the world, also on YouTube, you can hear us on US Open Radio, the app, the website, tune in as well. What was the concept and inspiration when they said, okay, let's see what your pitch was, and how different is it from the final product?
yeah, so it's a great story because, I mean, so I had to come up with those 3 ideas that I sent the first round, and one of them was this one, and it's actually, I was just trying to think. I'm always thinking about motion and movement, and that's just very elemental to my work because I loved dance, and I think when you're an outsider most of your life, you observe people move a lot, like you just kind of on the margins looking like, so I was just trying to think, like, through that lens, how I could see the celebration of New York and tennis. So I try to put myself where we are today, even though I had no idea, like, how to really do that. But I try to put my whole body, like, present there, and I tried to listen in that imagination. And so I was thinking about this idea that it all starts with this sound, like, doom, of the ball, and then the creaking of the sneakers on the court, right? And then suddenly it all explodes, like, bah, and everyone claps. And it's been happening all week while I've been painting it, and I've just been smiling, like, this is exactly the vision. Like, that small ball turns into this, like, all this sound, reverberate, like noises, like music. And that same sound that started at this court becomes the city and becomes the 5 boroughs and becomes the skyline, and all these dots that first were that ball become the people around it, right? Like all these people. And actually, Yayoi Kusama just passed today, but she was a huge inspiration. It was today or yesterday. She has a lot of work with these dots, and she made me realize that, this idea of infinity, like we're all connected. All those dots, are people, but they're also the lights of the city, and they're also the stars at night, and they're also the fire that I decided is burning bright in the Statue of Liberty. So it's an idea of being present and the oneness of all of us experiencing something together.
I totally get why they picked you because you just made me feel like I'm in New York. Like when I feel like when I live. No, really, when I feel like when you first get off the plane, you step into New York, it feels like, wow, man, it's just all.
It's alive.
And the noise and.
Get ready for the next unbelievable moments. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Closing towards the top of the hour, part of our Day 6 coverage of US Open Fan Week. Right now, there's a match point here for Wendelken against Galbas. Match point number 2, 9-5 in a match tiebreak. Gulbus with an overhead right down the middle, fought off by Wendelken in the midst of this point. Into the net, and Wendelken is going to the U.S. Open main draw. It's his second Grand Slam main draw appearance and first at the U.S. Open for Harry Wendelken of Great Britain. He wins in 2 tiebreaks in the second and a match tiebreak in the third. And Zena, for the first time, he's going to the U.S. Open main draw.
Don't you just love it when you see the reaction of a player, because you realize how much they have put into this moment and having the opportunity to the first time get into the U.S. Open draw is just amazing. I love those moments.
How about that's been a big theme on this day 6 and the final day of qualifying. So far on our list, we've seen at least 4 players, excluding Kin Wen-jen, because she has been to the U.S. Open as a quarterfinalist, Olympic gold medalist in Paris as well. But we've seen upwards of 4, maybe 5 going to a first U.S. Open main draw appearance right here today. It's so exciting.
And you know what I was just thinking, because you spoke about this a couple of days ago. These ones that are in qualifying now, you have an opportunity to see yourself, or people have done it before that are actually have done well, so it's not just I'm in the qualifying, I might have a chance to do really well in this tournament.
So congratulations to Harry, 21 from Cambridge, England, 196 on the ATP Tour. I'm also told, kind of reading through his background, he's a 10 handicap in golf and enjoys cricket as well, but he's kind of like we were talking with Yuri, one of our first guests today, a guy that's kind of slugged it out in the Challenger Tour, and they said the level's a little bit different, but when they get to qualifying at a Grand Slam, we see Harry Wendelken. He's in to the main draw at the U.S. Open. Congratulations to him, the LTA, and his camp on that win.
Yeah, I like I said before, I love those moments, because you also know, Dave, all the back work that a lot of them have put into here. And we've talked about it before, how it can change someone's life, and especially the first time. And a lot of times people don't realize that there's a lot of things that they have to pay for. It's not just about the money.
And speaking of money, well, somebody's going to get to the main draw, and that's Nishish Basafareddy, who ousted Taylor Fritz at Roland Garros this year. He wins 3-1 over Arthur Gia of France. Congratulations to Basafareddy. Back into the main draw at the U.S. Open, is having a fabulous last 2 years, Zena, on tour.
Yeah, and actually I think he came in here the other day. Yeah, and saw him. He's been playing really well, and this is just to have an opportunity to be at your home slam, to get into that main draw, is going to be amazing.
He's done great at Stanford, reached top 150 on tour back in 2024, reached as high as 99 in his young career. I mentioned knocking out Fritz. He lost in the second round to Mickelson at Roland Garros. He goes through. The same with Pissarro, one of the outer courts as well, winning in straight sets. This is all live results happening right now. Himeno Sakutsumi also 1 game away of moving on to the main draw at the U.S. Open. Again, for those listening that aren't familiar, you start with a field of 128 on the men and the women's side that funnels down to 16 men, 16 women getting into the main draw. Zena, just to continue that theme, it looks like Lloyd Harris is on the cusp of moving on to the main draw, and he does. In straight sets, Lloyd Harris from South Africa over the 18th Pablo Llamas Ruiz of Spain. Congratulations to Lloyd Harris. He's into the main draw as well.
He's in the main draw as well. That is just, I keep saying it over and over, but the smiles are so bright, so brilliant, and you know that they're just having the opportunity to move into something that they've dreamed about.
I'll tell you, Zena, we're flying on this day
we
6,
are
right?
flying.
Back and forth. Hopefully everybody's enjoying this roller coaster ride as we see Roos also get through right in front of us at our Bevia monitors in 3 sets. Congratulations to Eratza Bruce of the Netherlands. She wins 6-4 in the third. She's into the main draw. Also won as well an all-Brit tussle between Harriet Dart against Heather Watson. Heather Watson took the opening set 6-2, but they're in a 4-4 tussle in the second set there.
Ooh, that's a lot going on there for your country, and playing and trying to, Heather Watson's trying to get her game back on.
All right, so let's call a little bit of play-by-play here for this Court 8 matchup right now. Harriet Dart, the 29 seed, facing Heather Watson. Dart serving to the left of the chair, bangs a first serve that Watson hits well long past the baseline, middle of the court. And for Dart, it's 40-15 on the cusp of going up 5-4 here in day 6 of our U.S. Open Fan Week. By the way, Zena, the fourth meeting between these two terrific players. Heather Watson coming in, leading the series 2-1, a former British world number 1. She's returning here, misses a backhand chip. The game to Dart, she holds at the chain, Zena, 5-4. She's trying to take this second set here over Watson to force a third on court 8.
That was a beautiful serve there by Dart, just right down the tee. A beautiful first serve, giving herself the opportunity to pull off that game.
Zena, in the midst of all this going on here, as I see Himeno Sakutsumi winning 4-3 over Ristic on court number 5. Congratulations to Sakutsumi. She is into the main draw as well. But amidst all this qualifying that's going on, and there's a lot of matches today because yesterday a plethora of matches were halted and postponed to today. Plenty of time to get them in. Tons of fans for the activations right in front of us. You got all the players also practicing inside Louis Armstrong Stadium across from our set here. Arthur Ashe Stadium, Media Day going on. As a player, you would often be right into the main draw. How do you handle like the last couple of days before your first round matchup, before a Grand Slam? What goes through the mind in that rigorous practice schedule?
The last couple of days are actually very, very tough on a coach, because as a player, you're very nervous. You don't really sometimes know how to communicate what you're going on. You don't want to say the wrong things, but nerves are definitely there, and you definitely feel them. But as a coach, they normally get all the brunt of what the player is feeling.
Well, we spoke with our friend Kamau Murray as well, coach of Sloane Stephens 2017 U.S. Open champ. They have a very tight schedule. There's also stuff off the court as well that you know better than most. You got to manage when to say yes, say no to things, stick with the tennis, and try to prevail here in these first-round matchups.
And, Dave, that's a great question because people really don't realize it's more on – the player is trying. It's almost like the player a little bit tries to fake it to the coach or how they really feel, or then you have some of those players that tell you exactly how they feel because they want you to help them get it out, help them get over it. But most players that you're going to speak to will tell you that first round is very nerve-wracking.
So what's like the butterflies, like, for example, Venus Williams getting another wild card here against Australian Open champion Sophia Kenin, who's been out due to injury and other things. What's a player even of what your stature's like? And for Venus, even for Serena, who played in the mix, and we're going to see her in doubles a little bit later, but some of our bigger players, like Carlos Alcaraz coming back with a wrist injury. What do you feel like you're feeling?
I think all of those, they're still feeling nervous. If it's nothing more, even if you're not, you say, like, I'm just having fun and I'm just playing, you always want to show your best. You don't ever want to go out there and what we call, somebody gives you a donut, 6-0, 6-0, So the nerves are always there for the performance more than anything. And then you have the competitiveness, like you just don't want to lose in first round. For me, I had this thing, I hate it. I didn't really lose first round, but in my mind, it's like I get past the first round, then I have a chance to get into the tournament.
How dejected would you see some of your friends on tour who would fall, like they get through maybe qualifying or they try to slug it out in a tough first-round match, but then fall early on in the tournament?
Well, you feel very dejected. And then as a seeded player, that's the other thing. You don't want to be that one person they said, oh, the seed went out early, So all those things come into play. But if anybody tells you that they are not nervous in the first round, I'm a little nervous for them.
There's some nerves over on court number 8, Zena, as Watson's going up against Dart with a forehand that swoops off the end of the baseline. Dart is there, big unit turn, bangs the forehand cross court. Dart joggles to her left with a backhand now. She runs here with a right-hand slice. Good job by her. Here with a slice by Watson that trickles into the bottom of the net. Watson misses serving now, 30 all on serve at 4-5. Here's the situation. Watson took the opening set 6-2. This is a final round qualifying match of court 8 we're calling, and it's 4-5 Watson serving here. 10th game, second set, 30 all point right now.
Yeah, and actually Watson went up to try. She had a short ball, and she went to try to hit the drop shot. As we were talking about nerves, that definitely showed a very nervous shot. She hit it right in the middle of the net.
In the midst of a 30-all point right now, the backhand twist into the middle of the net, missing there from Watson, and it is a set point here for the 29 seed Harriet Dart to force Zina a third on court 8.
Yeah, Dart's doing a great job of, in this situation, she just wants to get to a third set. Keep the pressure on Watson.
She adjusts the strings of her Yonex racket here. Dart returning here with a set point at 30-40. She's returning a split step. Slice approach here. Watson from no angle right down the middle. Dart gets there to her left in a hurry. She twists to her right. Big unit turn by Watson. Dart with a forehand. She goes cross court. Chip here by Watson. She's there. Dart goes for the safety shot cross court. Watson fights it off. Backhand by Dart. Elects not to come in, but she gets the backhand to go. Galloping to her left. Watson missing. And the set to Dart 6-4, forcing a third on court 8.
Dart did everything that she was supposed to do, as well as hitting that backhand nice and strong to Watson. Watson was not able to pick up that backhand shot.
Yep, so props there to Harriet Dart, forcing a third on court 8. We'll step aside. We'll get you from scores from around the grounds. We'll give you an update on the draws, who Zina thinks will move on when we get to the men's and women's singles, and much more. This U.S. Open Day 6 coverage of Fan Week, U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more, all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the US Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Just after 1 p.m. on the East, Dave Leno, Zena Garrison, Jaime Colon on the ones and twos, and our entire terrific U.S. Open radio team. We appreciate however you're listening to us around the world, watching us on ESPN Plus and also YouTube, also listening to us on the U.S. Open app, usopen.org. Also tune in worldwide. You're hearing Court 7 behind us here. Tamara Zidansek is forcing a third against Andreescu. She took the second set. Zidansek 6-3. They're at 2-all on serve. We'll call a little play-by-play in just a moment of that one. Later today, around the grounds, in addition to all the great tennis and practices going on, ball crew karaoke later this afternoon. Also, Zena, tonight, I know you like to dance just as much as me, the U.S. Open block party 7 Eastern on the Fountain Plaza stage with D. Nice, Natasha Diggs to dance the night
So we
away.
going, Dave?
I think we should.
Going?
Why not?
You said D. Nice. I need to be there.
That's it. That's it. Don't forget, today is Media Day as well. Our Gil Gross and company are efforting interviews with all the top players on the tours. So we'll play those for you a little bit later in the show as well. Many main draw players are also on site at the U.S. Open practicing, gearing up for the main draw that commences on Sunday. And Zena, I'll ask you again, part of this fan week, we're seeing hundreds of people lining up to go to the fan experience. Like, the energy's just palpable around the grounds. Everybody's just so fired up to be here from around the world.
Yeah, you can just see more and more that people are starting to really want to be out here for so many different reasons. It was just nice to hear about the food, the entertainment, and all that. And, you know, it was funny because I was watching, I think, Tracy Austin. She was playing a match on Instagram, and it was with a bunch of influencers. And I was like, wow, have things changed so much? You're having a corporate event with influencers because they're the ones that's bringing all these people in here as well.
Well, it's all about the gram. You can interact with us on social media as well. Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leno. And Zena, also, in addition to all the great tennis, right, what I always get amazed here is just the legends of the game. And I'm in a presence here of my colleague and friend, Zena Garrison. Oh, don't turn. I'm looking at you.
No, I thought I heard something, actually.
And I bring this up because you got a very, very special sneaker that I want you to plug from none other than Billie Jean King and Alana Kloss.
Well, I was so excited. So Billie Jean King has a shoe that she comes out with, her beautiful suede blue shoe.
Yep.
And so I got a phone call from Alana, Billie's partner, and said that Billie wanted to give me some shoes. And I was like, okay. So yesterday, she was going to send them to my house, but I said, please, I got to get them here. I got them get here. And so Alana met me yesterday, and it just broke my heart in a great way to think that Billie, what Alana said to me, that Billie wanted me to have these shoes, and that for me to, she wanted me to walk in her steps in her shoes. And I was like, I can't walk into Billie's steps or whatever. But then I said, Billie has taught me so much and has been such a mentor in my heart. And I've just learned so much from her, not just on the court, but also what she has done off the court. And I was just so proud of my shoes. Everybody keeps asking me if I'm going to wear them. I'm like, I'm not messing up my shoes to come out here. But they, I mean, can you imagine, Dave, to get a pair of shoes from Billie Jean King, and who has been a mentor of someone like myself that has given so much, that loves giving back. But Billie has always been that one that helped encourage me to be service to others.
Yeah, and Zena does so much giving back to her local community and abroad, but also to Houston, Texas. And you said the courts that you picked up a racket for the first time are being redone, and you know, bringing kids not just to tennis, but also some gardening and teaching them also the rigors of life just outside of our great game.
I mean, sometimes I have to pinch myself. I mean, to think like, you know, Billie is someone I can call. I've known Arthur Ashe, I've known Maya Angelou, but these are all great people that have done things just beyond what they're into. Like Billie and Arthur, for me, they were beyond the sport of tennis. And I call Billie the godmother of sports, right?
Sure.
Because she is literally what she has done for not just people, but people in sports is absolutely amazing.
Zena, just want to interrupt for just a quick moment because I see a development going on court 7, and it looks like Bianca Andreescu is having some trouble as the physio is out here. The match has halted a little bit here for the 2019 U.S. Open champ in the midst of this third set against Doncic.
I'm cringing because she's had so many injuries and things that have come up, and she's not been able to actually reach her potential because every time she seems like she's getting ready to make a move, then her body or something breaks down on her.
Yeah, so we'll continue to update you on that one. So Doncic is up the break 3-2 right there. By the way, one other update, Watson and Dart, we're calling a little bit of that matchup on court 8. That is in a third set on serve in the second game there. Watson trying to hold Dart is 2 break points. And Zena, I feel this, I know as much as you do. Talked about the big theme of equal prize money with Billie Jean King and the Virginia Slams.
Who is now receiving a medical timeout.
You can hear it on our microphone. It's the medical timeout for Andreescu. So I'll continue to update you on court 7. But equal prize money theme. 2 years ago, last year, Althea Gibson breaking the color barrier in the sport. What she did in golf, her music career, and in life as a trailblazer and a legend as well. And I just get the sense, we talk about it for so many years. You could feel them. You could feel Billie all around these grounds, Arthur Ashe. Like every time I walk through here, I often reflect a lot about history. I kind of soak that in a lot when I come here, and also when I stopped in Newport at the Hall of Fame. Do you feel the same too? You feel the aura of all the legends like yourself in the past?
Yeah, and I think they're doing an amazing job because it's getting more and more. You can feel that aura. They're doing things to bring back combining themselves with the Hall of Fame, bringing back the Hall of Famers right before they get inducted has been really, really good. It's also allowed people to really connect with both of them. And this year, for me, me and scrolling on Instagram, I love the fact that Roger Federer was all over Instagram. And I love the fact that, he's out there talking to kids and just talking, and he was bringing back the one-hand backhand, and it was just amazing to me to see that. But I think the USTA, the U.S. Open, has done the Hall of Fame has done a great job of just working together to make this one of the best Grand Slams in the world.
And what I love during the Icon returns to New York, the Federer matchup against Andy Roddick and
how cute
Agassi
was that? That was so good.
But how about we said this a few days ago? I think it bears repeating to our audience. Like all the stars of now were there, like Felix Auger-Aliassime, Casper Ruud, Serena Williams was there, sitting courtside, watching Fed come back to the U.S. Open for the first time since 2019. And then I parallel that to like last night. You get the Stars of the Open presented by Chase. An awesome moment. Go on social media if you didn't see this, where Iva Jovic and Alex Ayala had their fathers come on, their dads came on during their exhibition sets, came on and played with one another. How cool!
Oh, I did not see that.
Look it up on the
How did I
gram.
miss that moment?
There you go.
But that,
it's all over.
I mean, that are things that I'm loving. And this is another thing that I've noticed that's been really good is the families have sacrificed and have done all these things for the players are now getting their just as well. They're starting to bring it. I mean, that is adorable to have two fathers together and playing.
I want to give an update, Zena. I'm seeing on one of the outside courts. Mackenzie McDonald right now is down 6-5 in the third, 30-15 against Dalibor Strechina. So the UCLA legend at the brink right now. He took the opening set 6-4. Again, this matchup was halted yesterday due to delay because of the rain. And McDonald is trying to force a match tiebreak in this matchup. He transitions to the net. Strechina misses the backhand. And Mackie McDonald hanging in 30-all in the midst of that point. So I'll update you on that one. Just a development here. You can hear the microphones on court 7. Andreescu, after the medical timeout, she's going to give it a go, Zena. She's down the break to Zidancic here. 3-2 Zidancic in the third set there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, we were expecting so much from her when she first came out, and just a beautiful little all-around kind of court game that she was playing, and then she just hasn't had an opportunity to play consecutively a whole year so far.
So right now Zidancic, the opening point of this 6-game, Zena, of this third set at 15 level. I'm kind of watching the movement of Andreescu with the stretch backhand returning. It's not good. It's a serve +1 for Zidancic. These are troubling moments for Andreescu. I get the feeling, Zena. It's right now 30 love, and she's down a break in the third.
Yeah, so that's interesting.
Also want to pick up on court number 11 right now. A match point here for Dalibor Strechina eyeing his first U.S. Open main draw appearance on court 11 against McDonald. 40-30, wallops the first serve. McDonald there, backing up the line. McDonald with the stretch. At court's open, and Strechina misses. up the match point. It goes back to deuce as Stratina up 6-5 for the Czech player.
Yeah, the Czech player had that forehand sitting right in the middle of the court. Probably was thinking a little bit too much how easy it was and just didn't quite get his feet up to that ball.
So it's back to deuce there. Again, the reset. McDonald took the opening set 6-4. Stratina 6-2 in the second. Up 6-5, serving for the match, but a deuce game right now. Doncic just took that game against Andreescu. She's up 4-2. She consolidates the break over on court number 7. McDonald with the stretch here at a deuce point. Stratina with a forehand that wallops way long. Back-to-back points for McDonald and trying to break right back, Zina, to force a match tiebreak on court 11.
Yeah, Stratina, once again, that forehand was just sitting right there. He probably could hit it 9 times out of 10, but it's not to try to get into the U.S. Open. And McDonald will be able to see if he could hang in there a little bit longer.
Yeah, let's see, trying to force the match tiebreak and win it right here. Stratina goes out wide. McDonald reads it with a backhand return serve +1 with Stratina. McDonald with the pass. Stretch volley. Stratina. McDonald comes up with the approach. Stratina backhand volley good into the open court on the deuce side. It goes back to deuce.
Stratina made sure that time that he made that forehand, but what he did well was come in and had the opportunity. I thought he had a shot on this, but McDonald was right there, couldn't quite get it where he wanted to go, and Stratina was able to just knock off that backhand volley.
Yeah, Dalibor Stratina, again from Czechia, played in Cancun, Cincinnati, and Montreal recently, falling in qualies in the latter 2 tournaments. In the midst of a deuce game here, Stratina up 6-5. Her serve sprays into the net from Stratina in a blue and orange kit, blue top, orange shorts to be exact, white sneakers just behind the baseline. Cradles back with his neon racket above his black hat and hits the second serve good. McDonald there on the deuce side of the court. He flurries there to his right, bangs the forehand long. Stratina has another match point, his second, Zina.
Will he be able to come out of it? We soon will see.
Yeah, match point number 2 for him. Did well at Wimbledon. Again, he went to the main draw first round, losing to Tien. Can he get to his first U.S. Open main draw for Stratina? Rocks back, flosses into the ball, right down the tee. Stretched by McDonald in the open court. McDonald there with the lob. Stratina lets it go into the doubles alley. Dalibor Stratina for the first time into the U.S. Open main draw, winning in 3 sets over Mackenzie McDonald.
Yeah, that was a great forehand there, and actually, there's a little rumble up at the net for a half a second.
McDonald didn't want to shake his hand, and they're having a long conversation. Then they finally high-five one another. The big flex by Dalibor Stratina into his first U.S. Open main draw.
I actually have never seen this before.
Crowd's actually booing him, by the way, on this court.
Mackey's racket went all the way to the net, and he threw the racket in toward the net with the... That was actually, I'm glad it didn't go over because it could have went over to the other side, and that would have not been nice.
So, well, good fight by Mackie McDonald. Again, UCLA legends, done great on tour. But the story here is Dalibor Stratina making his first U.S. Open main draw appearance, which has been a storyline, like I've said oftentimes, for those new listeners or viewers tuning in. With Zina Garrison, I'm Dave Leno, U.S. Open app, U.S. Open website, usopen.org. Also on TuneIn Worldwide. You're watching us here for the folks that see us on camera on ESPN Plus and YouTube as well. And we mentioned the amount of money, the increase in prize money. You're getting money in qualifying, but also to get into the first round of the main draw, it's $140,000. So you couple that with qualifying money. It sustains yourself and your team to go further on tour.
It's first. I'm still stuck on $140,000.
Yeah.
Because when
for
I was
first round main draw.
For the first round main draw back in my day, it was maybe $4,000. I mean, so that's a huge difference. But as you were mentioning, that changes people's life, the way they project what they need to do, from being able to now get a physio, being able now to watch what you eat a little, have a coach. I mean, there's a lot of things, especially at some of these first time qualifiers, will have the opportunity to have.
For sure. Speaking of a qualifier and a walkover yesterday, but Grigor Dimitrov is going to play his 62nd major Grand Slam tournament with the walkover. The 2019 U.S. Open semifinalist is into the main draw. Speaking of a champion in her own right, Bianca Andreescu over in court number 7. Zina is down the break, 2-4 in the third. Let's pick up this 30-40 point, another break chance for Tamara Zidancic with a moon ball, taking it on the rise. Here's Andreescu, fights off the backhand. Zidancic with a forehand into the ad side. Andreescu runs it down, even though she's been mired to injury, taking all the rise to the backhand. Zidancic comes up, and a passing shot. Good, a majestic play there for Andreescu, and gets it to deuce. And she's crouched down right now, Zina, deep into the corner of the court. Zina, what a moment there for Andreescu to hang in down, another break chance, and uses all of the court for that winner.
That was just, I mean, you're talking about guts and trying to stay in it, using every shot in the book. Just a little too much there, but a beautiful backhand there.
Expounding all her energy on that shot, it gets it down to a deuce game. First serve, wallops a little bit wide. She looks at the court service boxes in frustration right now, Bianca Andreescu. The light green kit, her Nike sneakers just beyond the line, ankle braces on both legs right now. She clocks back, extends the hip, and goes into the ball here. Chip there, return by Zidancic. Swinging forehand volley. Good. Andreescu transition to the net. Again, wincing over Zina in pain. She is at game point trying to make it 3-4.
That's what we have known Andreescu for, is being able to have that short ball, take it, and coming in. And that swinging forehand volley was just right on time. But will she have enough energy to keep pulling these shots out?
Speaking of enough energy, what I noticed tactically, a little bit of a pattern here. She's trying to shorten up the points and get to the net. She's won 79% of her points at the net right now in this set.
But if you remember back in the day when she did win the U.S. Open, she actually would come to the net. Yeah. She had a lot of swinging body. She would mix up the shots well.
First serve scampers into the net from the ad side here for Andreescu. And trying to make it 3-4, still down this break. Quality toss, lean back, powers into the ball. Kick serve is good. Zidancic is there to her right, ad side of the court. Flurries a backhand stretch by Andreescu. Zidancic goes up the line, misses, and the big come on and the yell. In jubilation for Andreescu, hanging in the dire moments of the third set. Zidancic still up the break, 4-3 in the third.
Andreescu did a great job of just sticking in there, holding one more point. And as we see all of the trainers coming out to try to maybe help her just with whatever her ailment is going on right now.
Yep, Zina's exactly right. The physio back onto the court. At that changeover, we'll step aside as well. More to come on this comprehensive coverage of Day 6 of Fan Week. Right after this on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows where to be this summer and what to wear.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Oh, yes, we are rolling on this day 6 on this Friday. Zina Garrison, I'm Dave Leno, Jaime Colon, Mike Callow on the ones and twos. Zina, it's like we're going 55 and a 25 right now on this final day of qualifying, right?
I feel like I've had some kind of energy drink. We were moving. You're like, okay, Zina, we're finishing. Okay,
We're
it's
bouncing
like
here, there. I want to give a quick update over inside Stadium 17 before I go back to the Andreescu play-by-play against Doncic right now. Kei Nishikori, 2014 U.S. Open finalist, fell in the first set 4-6. It's 4-all in the second. So this could be the last match of Kei Nishikori, who just hit a winner right there. A beautiful lob to the crowd's delight. And he's going up against Rei Sakamoto, who has told everybody that it's his idol playing Kei Nishikori. And now it's as if time stood still. Sakamoto, the youngster, playing Kei Nishikori at the U.S. Open in the final round of qualies.
Yeah, I've always wondered, how does it feel when you do have an opportunity to play your idol like it? But what a moment for Sakamoto if he does beat him in this particular situation and be his last match.
Yep. So Nishikori trying to force a third set. That's the story on 17. Okay, right now Doncic up 40-love, game 8 of the third set. Dave Leno, Zina Garrison with you on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Doncic sees Andreescu battling a slew of injuries. The physio has been out the last 2 changeovers. Andreescu first sees a first serve that flosses a little bit wide into the doubles alley outside of the court. Get 40-love for Doncic, who's on the cusp of going up 5-3 right now. Second serve, burst of the forehand of Andreescu, powers it to the right. As a forehand volley right here, Doncic goes out wide to left. Andreescu with the stretch, and Bianca Andreescu misses the game at love to Doncic, who Zina is 1 game away from moving on to the main draw at the U.S. Open. She's up 5-3.
Doncic, exactly what she's supposed to do. Have that forehand and just drove it to the angle on Andreescu, and she was not able to get it. I still see Andreescu looks just a little bit. I can't figure out if she's tired or if it's something is bothering her, but she's going to have to dig really deep if she wants to come out of this third set.
Yeah. Also, another player digging deep is Harriet Dart, the 29 seed from Great Britain, going up against her fellow countrywoman Heather Watson right now. Watson took the opening set. Dart had other thoughts, took the second. It's 4-1 Dart leading.
Wow.
Over Watson. 4-1 Dart right now in the fourth meeting between those two friends, but foes right now. So we'll see what Dart can do here. 30 from Hempstead, London. She made the second round in New York in 22 and 24 in the main draw. So we'll get the play-by-play of that in a little bit, but let's culminate this matchup, Zina, here between Doncic and Andreescu, serving at 3-5. So if Doncic breaks, she moves on to the main draw at the U.S. Open, again at 3-5 right here. The second serve for Andreescu. She rocks back, she trounces into the ball, and in the backhand return is good by Doncic. Forehand winner, serve +1 from no angle, successful from Andreescu. It's 15-love.
Andreescu does a great job, sees that ball's a little short and hits an off forehand, and Doncic was not able to get it there. And you never know with Andreescu, because she's like a little animated as well, but she constantly keeps fighting.
All right, 15-love here for Andreescu. She's got that fighting spirit. Again, she's winced over in a lot of pain here throughout this match. Serve out wide. Good. She goes serve +1 again. That's back-to-back motored by Andreescu at 30-love. But you notice, Zina, like I said, shortening the points, but it's working out right now.
Well, what it looks like is she's having a lot of trouble with her body right now, so she has to shorten the points because she doesn't want to be out there very long. But she does a great job of seeing that ball is short and taking it to the opposite angle and just really drilling that ball.
Her serve belt's a little bit long. She opted for the T serve that time. White grip, blue racket for Andreescu in a Nike kit. Second serve here. Again, she leans back, brings both feet together, powers into it, and clocks the second serve to the right here of Zidancic with a swinging forehand volley, and right around Andreescu, who is trouncing to her left. The ball went behind her. The winner there for Zidancic at 30-15.
Zidancic does a great job seeing that Andreescu is going to barely get that ball, comes in and hit a beautiful swinging forehand volley back cross court behind Andreescu.
Zidancic returning here, Zina, 30-15. Zidancic up 5-3 here in the third against the 2019 U.S. Open champ, Bianca Andreescu. First serve rushes a little bit long. Andreescu will get a second serve. By the way, Nishikori Sakamoto 5-all Zina, 5-all second set. Sakamoto took the opening set 6-4 over Kate Nishikori. Second serve is good, and the forehand slice return. Missing Zidancic. 40-15 now for Andreescu, trying to make it 5-4.
Andreescu is spilling and seizing the moment. Went over to the towel and getting a little bit of a water, but also it's a perfect time to do that. It's 40-15. Let your opponent think about it a little bit.
A couple points to play with right here at 45. And cradles back, charges into the ball. Serve is good at 45 forehand. Ship back here by Zidancic, goes off the net. She gets the fortuitous bounce, and Andreescu can't get there. The point is Zidancic at 40-30. Meanwhile, Harriet Dart just broke. She's up 5-1 on court number 8, and she's serving for the match against Watson.
It's a lot going on,
It's
Dave.
a lot.
It's a lot.
We love the ping-ponging around.
We love
right?
it. Love it.
So we'll update you on that matchup right there in the 7th game of the third set. Dart 1 game away from moving on to the main draw at the U.S. Open. But that hits the top of the tape that gets Andreescu. The point there to Zidancic. Right now it's 40-30. Andreescu again misses the first serve. That jolts a little bit wide. Second serve. Andreescu takes her time. She bounced the ball once, ball to the front of the racket. Clean toss, blocks forward, goes with a T serve, good, and kicks past Zidancic. She gets the game. It's at 5-4. But Zina, after this changeover, Zidancic will be serving for the match.
Yeah, but you got to give it to Andreescu, who's just hanging in there she has had opportunities. And then her body just seemed to break down on her a little bit, but she is not giving up. She's fighting to the end.
Let's quickly stampede over to court number 8. Zina, we're
let's
going
go,
all
let's
over
go.
the grounds. You know, we love it. 15 all here. Dart against Watson. Again, the story. Dart up 5-1 in the third. Kick serve. Bellies of the net. Let, and another service for her.
Got it.
Watson coming in on this second serve, Zina, about a step inside the baseline, close to the doubles alley, due side of the quarter, left hand's on top of the right on that white grip of that Babolat racket. She swings side to side, returning here. The sun basking here on this very court. Backhand good by Watson again. Backhand right down the middle. Dart fights it off, and it's a miss by Dart. Watson gets the points.
You know, Watson is known for just her ability to just keep making you play another ball. She's a really good counter puncher. Dart has done a great job of just making sure she keeps the pressure on Watson.
Andreescu is still getting treatment on her knees. For the third consecutive changeover, by the way, back to that action with Zidancic serving for the match in a matter of moments. The same here with Dart. She's down in the game 5-30 facing a second serve. Didn't like her toss here with that sun glistening above her pink visor. She bounces the ball 3 times. Wide take back. Extends it and she misses. Oh, it's a double there for Dart and a double break chance for Watson at 5-40.
You know, Dave, it's always something when you're like right there, you can smell it. That game is just so tough to try to, you know, it seems easy. I would just get up there and serve and you win, but it's not.
Watson 5 of 14 on break points, Dave at 5 of 15 because the first serve flings right down the tee here for Dart at 30-40. Still a break chance for Watson.
That was a great comeback for Dart right there. After that double fault, she came back with an ace. Just keeping herself in this match.
30-40 right here for Dart. It's Watson again. This is a break chance for Watson to hang in this third set. She's the one returning right now at 30-40. Bangs the backhand, low part of the net. Backhand slice, good by Dart. Watson forehand flosses well wide. It goes to deuce.
Dart did a great job of keeping that ball low, making sure she had a nice slice. Interesting, she kind of came on the outside of the ball, but it was stayed so low. Watson was not able to pick it up off that forehand side.
Deuce game right now, Zena. Again, Watson took the opening set 6-2. She fell 4-6 in the second, down 1-5 to Dart serving in a deuce game. Her serve powers off the service line. Watson's there. She frees her right with the forehand cross court. Dart goes right down the middle. Watson inside in, backhand slice. Good. Oh, it's a little bit wide from Dart. Good work there to use the whole court by Watson to go out wide. On the outside, has her third break chance.
Watson's doing everything that she possibly can to stay in this match. When you get into a situation like this, you're down 5-1, and you know that your time has pretty much run out. You got to keep telling yourself just to stay in 1 point at a time. You cannot look ahead, Dave.
All right, here's this break chance. Here for Watson, forehand, flings a little bit long. So it's going to go to the deuce game, Zine. I quickly want to pivot back to the matchup of Zidancic against 2019 U.S. Open champ Bianca Andreescu, because it is a match point for Tamara Zidancic. Up 5-4 in the third, 40-15 of the game against a former U.S. Open champ. Zidancic cradles back, clocks into the ball. Serve is good. Andreescu fights it back. Forward serve +1. Good for Zidancic. Wins 6-4 in the third. She dethrones 2019 U.S. Open champ Andreescu. And Tamara Zidancic is into the main draw at the U.S. Open.
Zidancic did a great job there. Got that first serve in right down to the tee. And she just stepped in and laced that forehand down the line for a winner.
Well, congratulations to her. I know Andreescu has battled so many injuries. She throws her racket to a young fan. That's a great memory right there behind the chair. Her blue Babolat racket into the crowd. And we hope she's doing all right. I want to get to a match point here for Dart right now over on court number 8. And again, one match point to another here for Dart, trying to get back to the main draw here. She leans back, flings it forward. Forehand is a little bit long from Watson. And Dart survives, winning 6-4 in the second, 6-1 in the third. Harriet Dart into the U.S. Open main draw on court 8.
Harriet Dart was just, so firm on that last ball. But once again, we're ping-pong, and it was just one after another. But once again, someone has the opportunity to get to the main draw.
Couple match points right there, Zena. Well done by you and our entire crew. Congratulations to Dart and Zidancic, both players on court 8 and court 7 respectively, into the main draw. Before we take the timeout, Sakamoto took the first set inside Stadium, 17-6-4. However, it's on serve at 5-6. He's serving to force a tiebreak in the second. We'll come back with that matchup as he's dueling with fellow countryman Katie Shakori. That is next. U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Every day brings a new challenge. Pushing for that extra mile. Grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolyt's science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolyt, science of hydration.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. MULO, BWS, latest 52 weeks ending 7/6/25.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect, with 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program. It's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the U.S. Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the U.S. Open since 1978.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Zena, it's been so thrilling on this day 6 of U.S. Open Fan Week on this gorgeous Friday around the grounds. We're saying hello to some fans behind the glass here from our set next to the Fan Experience presented by American Express across from Louis Armstrong Stadium. Final round of qualifying going on. We're 16 men, 16 women trying to get into the main draw. We've seen a slew of them advance to the main draw for the first time today.
This has been so exciting. I can't even imagine what they feel like right now, but we've been sitting up here, like you always say, ping pong. It's just been like, they've been coming match point after match point after match point, and just once again, the excitement on these players' faces has just been amazing.
Yeah, I love it. And we can feel it up here in the booth, and our thanks to so many players that have come in. Kinwin Jen, Paris Olympic gold medalist, joined us on set. USGA's Chris Studley, Yuri Rodionov, as well of Austria, joined us, and many more guests to come throughout this day 6 of Fan Week. And Zena, I want to pick up the play-by-play call of an all-Japanese tussle inside Stadium 17. 2-0 Sakamoto of Japan against 2014 U.S. Open finalist Kei Nishikori, who again is down 0-2 in the tiebreak. Sakamoto facing his idol right now, a guy that he's looked up to all his life in tennis, in Kei Nishikori.
And then you have an opportunity to finish him. I actually kind of know what that was because with Chris Evert, I had the opportunity to play Chris Evert in her last match here at the U.S. Open. And, you know, you as the player want to do well, but then when it comes and you actually beat her, I have that famous picture that I will always remember with her hugging me, and because I knew what she had done for the game, and it was just a history moment time for me as well.
Yep, I remember all the pictures and the stories around
and I used to play with her racket.
That's really well said. And Zena, to your point, it goes hand in hand with this moment right now. As Nishikori, in his last U.S. Open, down 1-2 in the tiebreak, first serve, snakes into the side of the net. This is inside Stadium 17, one of the courts where you can get so close to the action in this bowl, formerly called Court 17, but it's a double by Kei. And it's now 1-3 in the tiebreak. Sakamoto leads.
Yeah, and also getting ready to retire, and you know, this has got to be tough for him as well, not going out or going out not the way he would like to. But it's tennis. Anything can happen.
Here at 1-3, inside in for, and Sakamoto fights it over the backhand slice, missing the volley. Nishikori transitioning to the net and late. 4-1 Sakamoto in the defensive play.
Yeah, Kei could not just get up there like he wanted to. He had a beautiful forehand down to the backhand of Sakamoto, but he was just a step too slow getting in for that volley and wasn't able to pull it out.
Sakamoto has only played 7 tour-level matches. He's 1-6, brings in a ranking of 157 on tour. He's 3 points away from moving on to the main draw. First serve, shuffles into the side of the net towards the Cadillac logo adjacent to the net post. Ball crew collects in the Ralph Lauren gear, ducks under the camera well, Second serve, good. Nishikori handles it shoulder high. He's on the outside of the court. Inside out forehand, successful for Sakamoto. Goes up the line. Good for Sakamoto on the next exchange. He's 2 points away at 5-1, Z.
Sakamoto did not waste any time with that forehand. He saw it, and he just went inside out with that forehand, just driving it. That forehand was a lot of confidence behind it.
How do you encapsulate the career of Kei Nishikori and the ups and downs recently?
Well,
Such a stalwart on tour, but's battled so many injuries over the last few years.
Yeah, I was actually listening to an interview that he did a couple of days ago, and he talked about just the injuries and wanting to come back and play a little bit, but it's tough. He just kept saying that his body was breaking down on him.
You know, by his own admission, this is the last U.S. Open for Kei Nishikori. And a lot of fans, I'm seeing in our monitors here, they're with a prayer sign, with their hands squeezing together, praying that Kei Nishikori somehow can dig out of this 1-5 hole right now.
And there's nothing against Sakamoto. It's just the fact that they just want to see the legend play a couple more points.
And an ace was ripped out wide, and it's all Ray Sakamoto, who is now 1 point away. Match point for Sakamoto, the 20-year-old from Japan, against Kei Nishikori.
And I said again, the opportunities for Sakamoto to be on this court right now and have an opportunity to beat him, to beat Kei, is just something that he will never forget one way or the other, but it's getting ready to be in the history books.
Yep, Nishikori, his last U.S. Open, first serve, falls in. Sakamoto there to his right with a forehand that detonates bottom of the net. Nishikori hangs on. Match point number 2, Zena, for Sakamoto at 6-2.
Yeah, Kei did a great job. I mean, he knows he's just got to play the point that's in front of him. He can't go any further.
All right, 6-2 right now, Zena. Sakamoto's the one returning right now. Another match point. Kei goes out wide on the slider. Good. Frames off the racket of Sakamoto. Nishikori wins back-to-back, Zena. Match point number 3, and Sakamoto gets the serve
are you
now.
kidding me? Kei just comes out with the most beautiful slice serve out wide to Sakamoto's forehand. And that's why he is a legend, that he's going to be a legend. That's why he's been the champion that he's been for all these years.
Gargantuan moment right here for Sakamoto. Second set breaker at 6-3 against 2014 U.S. Open finalist Kei Nishikori. On match point, he rocks back, he flosses into the ball, wallops an ace out wide. Ray Sakamoto dethrones his idol, Kei Nishikori, and wins 6-4, 7-6 inside Stadium 17. And that's the goodbye of the last U.S. Open for the legend of Kei Nishikori.
I mean, Sakamoto, you couldn't ask for a better script to hit an ace on your idol to get yourself into the first Grand Slam for the U.S. Open. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better script.
Yeah. It's not a huge celebration right now for Sakamoto, who does crouch
I think it's
down.
huge for him.
And now he goes
yeah.
to his coach. But he knows the moment also for Kei Nishikori, because I'm told that they're going to have a ceremony on court to congratulate and commemorate the career of Kei Nishikori.
It was very respectful, not overly celebrating, but very joyful moment. And, you know, Kei has done so much for the game, for so many, has brought so many players in from his country, allowing them to see that they have the opportunity to be great champions as well. And this is a great moment for both of them, but especially for Sakamoto.
For sure. Nishikori at his chair right now in his Uniqlo gear, taking off all the bandages and the tape on his wrist right now. What do you think's going through the mind of Kei Nishikori playing his last U.S. Open?
He's probably knowing most players would still be a little bit stuck on the match.
Let's listen to Ray Sakamoto with Michelle Yu first.
Obviously bittersweet because you and Kei are friends.
Oh yeah, so yeah, 2014 I was still 12. I was watching Kei playing amazing tournament here, and I honestly grew up watching him play, and he was my idol for my whole life, and it's also a pity to see him last season, but words can't describe it.
What has he meant to the world of tennis and to the world of Japanese tennis?
I think a lot of people, like most of the people, still like follows tennis because of him. So it's just he's a superstar. He did a lot to Japanese tennis, I think. Whenever he plays tournament in Tokyo or something, the stadium is packed. I know how big of effect he has. I just respect him a lot.
And for you, what does a moment like this mean that you had an incredible win for you as you move on now at the US Open?
I'm really happy with my level today. I was serving really great. I think one of the best service day of my life. I just want to keep doing good things.
Well, congratulations to you. We'll see you more here in Queens in the next couple of weeks. One more round of applause for Ray.
Into his first U.S.
And
Open
ladies and gentlemen,
main draw. Michelle Yu telling the crowd inside Stadium 17 that they are going to have a ceremony for Kei Nishikori, 2014 finalist. I remember that final very well with Marin Cilic, who was victorious 6-3, 6-3, 6-3. Nishikori, a bronze medalist at the Olympics in 2016 as well. Decorated career for him. I don't really want to focus too much on the injuries right now, but the legacy, in your opinion, of Kei Nishikori on tour.
Yeah, I actually remember that match too as well. I mean, and I always looked at Kei as someone that was just, I wouldn't say very humble, but very respectful every time whoever he played. But he had a nice little fire about him that when he was out on that court, you knew that you had to play your max to actually beat him. And he has given so much to the world, not just to the Japanese community, but also, you know, it's something about when you see someone that's not extremely tall, they're just a nice height in a sport like this, you know that they have a lot of heart. It also allows the rest of the world that might have a little things that might not be like you're expecting tennis players to be, to give them the opportunity to believe that they can also play.
Really well said. Let's listen to Kei Nishikori.
Play these 3 matches. Not happy to lose today, but I'm happy for Lei. You know, he's the next Japanese top player, so I hope he can make top 10 soon. And but it was great week for me. I was really enjoying it.
Great week, but an incredible, fantastic career for you. As I mentioned some of your accolades, final here at the U.S. Open, former world number 4, you know what you have meant to the world of tennis. I would love for you, they love you so much. What would you like to say to your fans all around the world?
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy my entire tennis life. It was almost 20 years with the pros, and especially here, I had a great memories. One-time final, semis, many great matches I played this week. I'm here in New York, so happy to play in last moments, and I have one more tournament to go, so hope I can do well in Japan.
And speaking of the Asian community, would you like to say something in Japanese to the big Asian community here, especially your Japanese fans, for coming out and supporting you?
Sure. 皆さん、今日はありがとうございました。いい試合ができたと思います。最後の試合で、緊張もありましたけど、レイに負けたっていうことは、他の選手に負けるよりかは良かったかなと思います。このニューヨークですごく思い出の詰まった場所ですし、またこうやって試合ができたことに本当に感謝しています。ありがとうございました。
Kei, thank you so much once again. But before you get off the court, I want to turn things over to our U.S. Open Tournament Director, Eric Buderak. And also, of course, our USTA CEO, Craig Tiley, everyone.
Thanks, Michelle. Congratulations, Kei, on a great career. It's an honor for us to have you here. I think many people know about your great level of tennis. I think what they don't know is what a great human you are. We get to work with you for many years. It's always a pleasure, and it's a pleasure for us to host you here for your final match at the U.S. Open.
A true champion,
Kei Nishikori, well done.
One more round of applause for Kei Nishikori, as he has done incredible things here at the U.S. Open and the world of tennis. Let him hear it, everyone.
What a moment there inside Stadium 17. Dave Leno, Zina Garrison with you just past the top of the hour at 2:03 Eastern Time. U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Craig Tiley with a photo op, new USTA CEO with Tournament Director Eric Buderak with a huge poster for Kei Nishikori and his decorated career, and a really nice ceremony. Now having a photo op with both Ray Sakamoto and Kei Nishikori.
I'm really loving the fact that, the last couple of years they started celebrating a lot of these players that are retiring and letting them know how much they meant to them for the entertainment part, but just what they've done for the sports. And it's been just a nice added atmosphere for tennis fans all over the world to see some of their, celebration for their players going out.
Yep, and he's going to play in Japan to round out his decorated career. Congratulations again to Kei Nishikori on an amazing tennis career. But he is also a delight off the court, as you heard from the great crew there inside Stadium 17. And also, congratulations to Ray Sakamoto going to his first U.S. Open main draw appearance. We're going to take the timeout, Zina. We'll continue the action here just after 2 p.m. We're going to have a special guest from the USTA going to talk about what's going on at the national campus in Orlando and so much more. That's next on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the U.S. Open.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, top spin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at IBM.com/US Open.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the U.S. Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit Moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active, without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more, all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
Are you ready for the next chapter of Spectacular?
Alcaraz serve out wide is an ace, and Carlos Alcaraz has reimagined Spectacular.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Well, congratulations again to Ray Sakamoto into his first U.S. Open main draw, dethroning 2014 U.S. Open finalist Kei Nishikori. Welcome back to Day 6. The 2026 U.S. Open Fan Week with Zina Garrison. I'm Dave Leno, pleased to be joined by USTA Senior Manager for Special Events. She oversees over 200 of them. Kim Julius. Kim, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
No, we appreciate it. So, Kim, out of these 200 events, now you're here at the U.S. Open, I have to ask, how are you enjoying Fan Week? And we see thousands of people coming from all around the world to enjoy our great sport.
It's incredible when you walk out here and see how many people are here for qualifying, watching practice. Ash is packed, and it's just really great energy out here with the New York crowd.
Well, Kim, this is a reunion. Like, she's like walked in. She's like, do you remember me? I'm like, yes. Like, so how have you seen things change so much, and even in the job that you're in now?
Yeah, I mean, I started, in the late 80s at the Miami Open, which was a Lipton back then, and I was in charge of player services. So, now I get to, in my new job at the USTA the last 11 years, I get to oversee all the events at the national campus. And then I get to come up here for a month and help out on the player side. So I get to go back to my roots a little bit.
Okay.
I've been seeing on social media, see if you can confirm for us, that they've been loving the gifts given out right now to the players and player services, like Uber rides. And I know there's a big amount that they're getting. I don't know if you want to share that, but also with an Amex gift card as well. So I hear the players get treated so well here at the U.S. Open.
They really do. And on Sunday, we open the gifting suite, and so the players will get that experience where they get to go in and pick out some great gifts as well.
So they literally get to go in, and you have all the gifts laying there and pick them out.
And they get some choices. So
you guys going like the Emmys and all of that.
Right. Award shows.
The award shows, yeah.
I love it. Kim, I had the privilege of getting a tour from your colleague and a friend of the show, Joe Wallen, and also Dr. Jason Allen at the Lake Nona campus, the national campus down in Florida a couple of years ago. How much has that grown over time when that campus first started to this point, and all the events that you have there?
Well, we're about to celebrate our 10-year anniversary in January, which is amazing. And on the event side, it's really grown. So we have over 200 events annually. So much college. Tennis is there. We're the home to UCF. They play all their home matches there. The Big 12 championships will start rotating in 28 every other year. And then, of course, we have the NCAA championships coming in 28 for at least the next 10 years.
So take us through a day in the life of Kim, having all the things you have to do. You said you went from 2 to 200 events. So what's the day in the life through?
Well, a lot of the events are weekend concentrated, so during the week we're just prepping, getting ready. We have an operations team that gets everything ready for the team coming in to either run the event or maybe we're running the event. And so we're just there to support or run the competition depending on what kind of event it is. Today actually started the national doubles event, the championship. So we have over 500 players at the campus competing, and that's the only national junior doubles event in the country.
So if I had an event and I want to come down there, and who would I call? What will I do? Like, do you guys take any event there? Or?
We will if we can make it work on the calendar. Sometimes 100 courts isn't enough, believe it or not. So we do manage to fill those quite often. So.
Good.
I want to ask you about all the different events that occurs at the national campus, because folks that love tennis but also play a little pickleball, padel as well, and you appeal to all ages out there. When I was down there, I saw kids as young as 3 or 4, and I saw a lot of veterans also playing on the campus, and it's important for us to share that really anybody from the community can come down to your campus and visit from around the world to play, right?
To play, right. It's a public facility. We don't have a membership, so anyone can come on at any time and rent a court for an hour, 2 hours, take a class. You can walk in and take a class as well. So.
And what kind of classes do you guys have? Any?
Our most popular is cardio tennis. So we do that.
Is it still around?
That is really popular.
I used to love cardio tennis. Like, the music had to be right, though.
Yes. You gotta have good music. That's right. But yeah, that's still really popular. And then we embrace the racket sports. So we have padel and pickleball, and we have classes, and they have events as well over there.
How much, Kim, you and your team involved with BJK Cup? I know that's going to Delray Beach. I don't know if that's a different organization or not. And also LA 28 for the Olympics.
Yeah, that's more Jo Allen. She has a global events team.
Right.
But whenever anything's at the campus, my team supports it. Okay. So yeah.
So I've seen, when I was down there, I saw UCF practicing all around. Those college kids have to love that. And the facilities, like you mentioned, your organization is getting the NCAA championships there. That's going to be a lot of fun. And I feel like That's a lot of exposure for the college game and a lot of different programs to see what your beautiful facility has. You guys must be pumped for NCAAs.
We're excited. We're adding 6 more indoor courts.
Are you?
So
Wow.
we'll go from 6 to 12. That'll be ready just in time for 28. We're adding shade over the collegiate center courts. So we have 12 courts that are built for college tennis for watching with 6 and 6. So we can have the men's and women's teams playing at the same time. And it's really great energy out there.
So when you say adding shade, it's not it's just...
It's outdoor, but it can be really hot during May, during NCAAs
I hate
and the
to
college
say this,
season.
Kim. I've never been. I've been invited a lot of times, but people that know me don't know that I don't like any extra travel if I don't have to. But I'm gonna make it soon.
Maybe we can get
I'm gonna
you
make
out
it
there.
soon. I'm gonna make it soon.
Are you going to get your alma mater, Colorado State, to get down there? I hear they're so good in football. I read in volleyball they're terrific. As a former volleyball play-by-play guy, and basketball, you got to get the Rams back down there.
That would be great.
Right?
Yeah. I would love to see them down there.
Maybe NCAAs.
Yes.
You know,
And you have 201 events then.
Right. The list grows.
What I also love, and it's coming from like the public court tennis system in the Philadelphia area. Kim and Zena knows this from all that she does in the Houston areas. When you get down to your campus and you see, like, on the one side, you have your high performance players and your up and comers. We interviewed one of them on this at Michael Antonius, a delightful kid, 16 years old, born in New York, born in the city, grew up in Buffalo. He trains at your campus. But what I'm getting at is you could see players like him. You could see the Serenas out there who or Madison Keys that goes down the train, but also you can see players like myself or somebody coming in and just wants to hit. And you're almost side by side with all these amazing people. I just love that initiative that you bring to the table.
It is great. It's great for the families that are coming out. And Ben Shelton was just practicing out there a few weeks ago on the public side. So it's great when he'll interact with the fans. He'll sign autographs and everything.
Well, Kim, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on all the work that you do at the national campus. Where can people learn more if they don't know how to visit and to see all the great work that you do in Lake Nona?
Yeah, USTAnationalcampus.com. Come out and visit us.
All right.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Pleasure to see you two reunite
come visit us as well.
Get Zena down there.
Come on, Zena.
That's Kim Julius. We have much more to come after this. U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Enter to win tickets to the 2026 U.S. Open Singles Finals, courtesy of Mount Sinai, official health services provider of the U.S. Open. Enter by September 7th. No purchase necessary. See official rules. Visit mountsinai.org/US Open Sweeps.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all.
Are you ready for the next chapter of Spectacular? This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Gargantuan moment right here for Sakamoto. Second set breaker at 6-3 against 2014 U.S. Open finalist Kei Nishikori. On match point, he rocks back, he flosses into the ball. Wallops an ace out wide. Ray Sakamoto dethrones his idol, Kei Nishikori, and wins 6-4, 7-6 inside Stadium 17. And that's the goodbye of the last U.S. Open for the legend of Kei Nishikori.
I mean, Sakamoto, you couldn't ask for a better script to hit an ace on your idol to get yourself into the first Grand Slam for the U.S. Open. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better script.
Welcome back to our Day 6 coverage of U.S. Open Fan Week. Congratulations to Ray Sakamoto, who's joining us on set here adjacent to the fan experience at Louis Armstrong Stadium with Olympic gold medalist Zina Garrison, fame coach and player David McPherson. Macca, I'm Dave Leno, and Ray, congratulations again, prevailing in straight sets over Kei Nishikori. What did the moment mean for you?
Oh, man. It was two emotions. I was happy that I played amazing rebel and I won the match, and I was also a little bit, it was also a little bit pity that I can't see him play anymore in U.S. Open. So it's two emotions.
First U.S. Open main draw appearance. What does that mean for you?
Unbelievable. I was serving unbelievable today, and also I'm really confident that Kei is one of the greatest returner of all time, and I was able to, hold the serve the whole second set, and I got really confident, and I'm really happy.
Well, I actually know how you felt. I had an opportunity to play Chris Evert here back in a long time, and I was the one that retired her, but she also was one of my idols, so I know what you were feeling, and especially when you just said the fact that it's kind of a little emotion, but you played absolutely well today. So how do you feel right now?
Oof. Now, yeah, you mentioned that, like, he was my idol growing up. Obviously, when he made final here in 2014, I was at my grandma's house peeling oranges, and I was watching his match against Novak and Cilic. It's just, I feel like it's an end of an era. I feel like it's.
Well, he mentioned he could see you in the top 10, so he's passing it on to you.
I mean, he's putting a lot of pressure on me right now. I mean, yeah, what he has achieved, I hope I can run it back, or even, greater things. I'm like, right now, hopefully I can do like things like he's done in the future. But right now, I'm trying to focus on my next match and hope recover better for my first round in main draw.
Yeah, I thought the match was played in an amazing spirit, super sportsmanship. I mean, it's never easy playing your countrymen, and I thought, Kei was out there giving everything he had. He was playing aggressive. I mean, he was also playing at a good level. I think you just came over the top and played an even higher level than he was able to bring today. So I think it bodes well for you. I mean, that's a high-pressure situation, playing your idol. To qualify for the U.S. Open, that's a really big match, and for you to step up and play your A game in that situation, I mean, that's got to fill you with a lot of confidence that you can go deep in this tournament.
Yeah. I think that like holding a serve against Kei was really difficult. If I wasn't making, less first serve or something, I would have been broken like so many more times. I know, this will give me a lot of confidence.
Take me through the last couple of weeks getting ready to play for the qualifying. Like, what was going through your head? Like, what did you expect from yourself?
Yeah, so I played 2 challenges in US and 1 in Quebec last week. So 3 challenges to prepare for this. I was just, when I was junior, I was actually based in Florida.
Yeah.
At the IMG Academy, and going to US felt a little bit like going back to home a little bit. I was. Whenever I have a day off or something, I was going to Top Golf or eating Chipotle or something.
You really was becoming an American.
Yeah. But I was just with my coach, being relaxed a little bit, working on my stuff, not particularly chasing for this tournament to turn out great, but just to work on ourselves. And I think it was I was making slowly but like forward, like moving step forward. So it was just just 3 weeks of a year.
Just preparing to be better each time.
Yeah.
That's good.
You got to the final round of qualifying at Wimbledon. From that point, playing a slew of challengers, like you just said, to now getting to the main draw at the U.S. Open. What do you feel like's grown in your game technically or tactically? The difference from then, maybe middle part of the year to now?
So the biggest improvement, what I like to make in the future, is finding consistency with my deliverance of like aggressive games. Okay. Like especially on the service game, it's easier because it like sort of bails me out sometimes. But even on the return game, I always have to dig deeper and then try to bring up my like aggressiveness and like constantly. That's my goal for now.
How much have you worked on the defensive part of the game?
So yeah, so we've been practicing a lot of returns after Wimby. I think my return has got a little bit better. Okay. Now I think I make more returns consistently, then I can, get into a little bit more points. That's what is giving me more chance to break, especially on a fast surface like this. One break can make a match. So I think that was, turning out great today.
Yeah, and I noticed Ray was very committed on his returns. I mean, he obviously knew that Kay's favorite serves were coming to his forehand, so he knew he was going to get a lot of forehand returns today. You had some misses here and there, some got away from you, but then you responded to that with, you didn't take too much off the forehand return. You stayed true to your aggressive nature, stayed compact on the backswing, but, some really beautiful forehand returns off Kay's best serve, and that was a big factor in breaking him a couple of times.
So, Ray, what are you passionate about outside of tennis? Because you told us all what you've been going through with your tennis. What do you love doing?
I love cooking. I love cooking.
What do you cook?
I cook Italian foods. My coach is Italian.
Really?
And then I love cooking pasta with clams.
Ooh, pasta with
Are you kidding me?
Pasta with clams.
He's a Renaissance
pasta.
man.
Yes.
I got to follow your recipes here and take them back to the Billie era.
That's funny because I love cooking too.
You love cooking too?
I absolutely. I make the best gumbo.
Gumbo?
Seafood gumbo. It's a Cajun.
Okay.
And so it's seafood. You put crabs, you put shrimp, and sometimes you throw a little bit of crawfish in there. And gumbo is mix it all up.
Nice.
A little bit of everything. So.
Hopefully one day I can try it.
I hope so too.
You're making it sound so good, Zena. All I can do is boiled corn.
But I'm really happy for you, and I wish you the best of your career.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time. Good luck into the main draw, and a
you
pleasure
so
to
much.
meet you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm a bumper.
Yeah, very impressive
you so
today.
much.
Congratulations.
That's Ray Sakamoto, just beating his idol, as he says, Kei Nishikori, here in the final round of qualifying. We'll continue our show after this. U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit dove.com.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, top spin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to our Day 6 coverage on this beautiful Friday afternoon here in the United States, 2:31 out in the East, with Zina Garrison and David McPherson. Macca, I'm Dave Leno. Just an update on Court 15. Congratulations to Great Britain's Francesca Jones, the 3-seed in qualifying, moving on to the main draw. She wins over Joanna Garland of Chinese Taipei, 4-1. So congratulations to Francesca Jones. It's her second U.S. Open main draw appearance. Also a matchup between Bu and China right now. They're going to a third set on court number 6 in a men's qualifying match. Mackenzie, I have to start and thank Ray Sakamoto. That was a pivotal moment for him, one that I'm sure he will never forget. Macca, technically, I know you've dissected his game. What impressed you so much again in that matchup for Sakamoto, and what do you give his chances into his first-round main draw matchup?
Dave, I was really impressed. I've been watching Ray play for a couple of years now, spending a lot of time in Sarasota and in the IMG Academy, so I've seen him practice, seen him play in the challenges a lot, and that is by far the best I've seen him serve. The forehand was compact and lethal on return. I just really feel like he's made some strides in his game, and just mentally, emotionally deal with that type of a situation, playing your idol last round of qualies of a slam, and to play so well. It's like he absolutely brought his A game for a very big occasion, and that's what you want to see in a player. You want to see a player who embraces the big moment rather than shrinks when they come along.
And that's, as I said earlier, that's just not an easy moment when you have someone that you've looked up to and you're actually playing them and you're trying to do well yourself. It's a very difficult, and I thought he handled it extremely well.
And you, of all people, that match against Chris
that
years
was so,
ago,
yeah,
it must have reminded you of that, so she was, one of the icon of all icons, and to beat her must have just been surreal experience, and you must have had to, just get in such a mental place of calmness to execute in that situation.
It was interesting to hear him say how he had to kind of literally calm himself down and go on and do what he needs to do, because it brought myself back to remembering long time ago that you do, because you have to isolate your mind and stop thinking about what's about to happen and just play that ball that's in front of it. I was very impressed how he was thinking about it and how he understood it. And he also, and another thing that was interesting to me, he didn't he wasn't so, I just beat him, whatever. It was very respectful. And I remember the same thing. I remember crying afterwards, but you remember that. And those type of situations will be history moments for someone like himself forever.
Yeah, I think he made himself a lot of fans out there today, and it was just nice to see the respect in victory. Ray's very flamboyant. He has his samurai celebration.
Oh, that's so funny.
It's super cool, and he still did his samurai, but it was in a very, I thought, respectful manner, and Kay was so gracious. Yep. It was really the highlight of the day for me so far.
But you've been part of that, Macca, right, with John Isner retiring and the Bryan brothers in their last U.S. Open. Does that kind of bring you back to what you guys all experienced years ago, and seeing what Kay going down in his last U.S. Open?
Oh, yes. Well, John's last U.S. Open was somewhat excruciating. He played a beautiful first round, which was wonderful. They gave him a lovely ceremony on Armstrong. But then he sustained an injury to his foot, and he battled manfully against Michael Moe in the second round, lost 7-6 in the fifth, and it was just a really tough day because he wasn't able to physically be at his best, but he was so gutsy in defeat. So, yes, and it's always such a sad moment when as a great champion, it's your last match, especially for John at the U.S. Open. So, yeah, I definitely had some empathy for Kay out there today.
All right,
Dave and I were talking earlier about the celebrations have become really nice for when people retire. And it gives the fans something to, look forward to in a positive way.
Yeah, super job by the U.S. Open to honor Kay in that fashion.
Yeah, agreed. So just a few highlights before Zine and I sign off on our shift on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Kim Win-Jen won. We had her on the set as well. She was delightful to talk to. She had a bagel in the third. So she's into the main draw again. She's dealt with the elbow injury. She's back. Rodionov also joined us on second. Thank you so much to Yuri from Austria. He won 6-4 in the third over Jacob Fernley. He's in. We documented Sakamoto as well. Hunter from Australia wins 4-1. She's in to the main draw.
That made me happy. A fine performance, and we've got Tristan School, Kate, in a dogfight out there in the third set. Another possible Australian qualifier. We'll see how that ends up.
Yep, Harriet Dart, one of her fellow countrywoman, Heather Watson, 6-1 in the third for Dart. McDonald went down 5-7 in the third. He's out. Chris O'Connell and Aussie went down in straight sets as well. But I like the way that Chris was playing out there despite falling today.
Yeah, and we'll see. Sometimes there's lucky losers we at the last minute. So and it'll be fascinating to see where the qualifiers fall in the draw. I'm really interested to see where Ray Sakamoto lines up, because I see a lot in his game and confidence right now. So if he were to get a favorable draw, he's a man to keep an eye on.
That draw is looking pretty tough everywhere you are.
Everywhere. It's going to be a lot of popcorn being consumed to watch all those matches. So the main draw commences on Sunday. And just one note before Zena and I sign off, all matches in the bottom half of the men's draw will start Sunday and Monday. All matches in the top half on the women's draw, and I'm talking about women's singles, will be scheduled for Sunday and Monday. Go to usopen.org to see all the latest draws, US Open app, and all on social media to follow that. Zena, that wraps it up for us on this US Open Fan Week. It was a pleasure to be joined with you all week long, and Mac and our entire crew. You guys killed it, from the mixed doubles championships presented by Vital Proteins, all the qualifying matches, and all the other activations, the amazing guests. Thank you so much again, Z.
Thank you. And we've had a day that's been rolling.
That's right.
So now it's on to you.
All right, Brian and I'll take it from here.
Mac is going 8.0 on the treadmill right now with Brian Clark. Brian Clark, Macca, and Gil Gross on Media Day will take you through the rest of the afternoon up until 5 p.m. Eastern Time. For Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leno. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. Mulo, BWS, latest 52 weeks, ending 7/6/25.
With Fage Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious. The possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the US Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the US Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your US Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open. Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection.
Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Every day brings a new challenge. Pushing for that extra mile. Grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolit science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolit, science of hydration.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the US Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect, with 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program. It's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the US Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the US Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's US Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
New York knows legends and history, and we know how to grind. And for sure, how to have a good time.
5-4, second serve, Venus outside the try lines. Oh, what a shot that was from Venus. Outside the try lines, down the line with a forehand.
What did she just do?
Get ready for the next unbelievable moments. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
A very happy Friday afternoon from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, where there is no shortage of drama. It's the final day of qualifying, those final few spots in the main draw of the US Open up for grabs. And one of them right now on court 16. I'm Brian Clark here with David McPherson. We've got an Australian to talk about the Australian we're watching right now, Tristan Schoolkate against Canada's Liam Draxl. And it's Schoolkate with a break point a down break point at 5-all. So it is a must-make serve for the 25-year-old from Australia who has gotten wild cards into the main draw each of the last 2 years. Second serve out wide. The Draxl backhand comes back middle of the court. Forehand, here comes Schoolkate to watch Draxl miss long. That's the break point save. Hey, Macca.
Brian, good afternoon. Wow, that's a big moment of the match for us to kick off proceedings here. 5-all in the third, break point down, second serve. The Aussie Tristan Schoolkate took the first ball and just approached the net. It was sort of a go for broke sort of play, and it worked out, and he's back at deuce.
2 hours, 32 minutes on court. Schoolkate up the center, blocked with a backhand. Now a forehand. Schoolkate comes in, whips it. A stumbling Draxl blocks it. Well wide of everything. Clutch serving from the 25-year-old Schoolkate.
Oftentimes when you get down to these tense moments at the end of matches, taking the ball and coming to the net, it's a good way to get rid of the nerves because you're making the point quick one way or the other. Asking the question of your opponent, can you pass me?
Up the tee he goes, and he passed that one with an ace. Ace for Tristan Schoolkate. He's done his part for 6-5 in the final set against Liam Draxl, a 24-year-old from Canada who got to a challenger final about a month ago, and he was beaten on that occasion in Winnipeg by Toby Samuel, who has qualified for the main draw. We talk about all those qualifiers. We've got most of them crowned. You heard from Ray Sakamoto, whom you spoke with a few moments ago, along with Dave and Zina. He ended the career of Kei Nishikori. And, you know, that's one of the unique things about qualifying is that for so often, like Ray Sakamoto, it's a beginning. But for somebody like Kei Nishikori, it's an ending. And we heard Zina talk about that, where she ended Chris Everett's career here, who was an idol of hers. Kei did the same. And as you know, we celebrate Ray Sakamoto. I mean, you do have to take a moment to think about Kei Nishikori, who had his best major success here, contested the final in 2014, first Asian man to do so. That run in that tournament where he beat an in-form Raonic, Wawrinka, Djokovic in 2014 before falling to Marin Cilic in the final. One of the most popular players in the world, a gentleman, a superstar in Japan. And, okay, his career did not include a Grand Slam title, but, boy, he was not cheated with his body of work.
Oh, no, Kei Nishikori was an inspiration to all the Japanese players, to his country, beloved by all of his country, and a around the tour, very well liked. He was always such a gentleman, great sportsman, and one of the most beautiful backhands that have ever graced the courts. He will certainly be missed. It's a shame that we haven't been able to see more of him in the last few years or so, with injuries really plaguing his career. But hopefully he'll play the Asian swing and play one more Tokyo, and it'd be a great story if he was able to go out with a big result in his home country.
Ray Sakamoto into the main draw of the U.S. Open. Liam Draxl, a must-hold game here, down 5-6 in the second. Brian Clark, David McPherson on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Second serve here from Draxl, the soft serve into the center of the box. Tristan Skulkate hits one big forehand, follows it with another, and that's a winner. Skulkate doing a very good job of setting up his ground strokes, and he's 3 points away from the main draw.
Yeah, Tristan Skulkate with a very efficient forehand, and that is the way he saved the break points in the previous game. He took a short ball and approached with an inside-out forehand successfully, and now he's gotten to love 15 in this game where he's trying to win the match by breaking serve with the exact same play.
Liam Draxl made his main draw debut earlier this year in Melbourne, where he came through qualifying. And a good deep serve. The return's long from Skulkate.
Quite a good swinger up the tee to the Skulkate forehand. He just didn't get enough topspin on it, sailed it long by a few inches. Always in these pressure moments, the server is very likely to go with his best serves, the serves that he trusts under pressure. Everyone has a serve that they feel like they can go to. So for some people, it's a kick serve. For some people, it's a cutter. Looks like Draxl is favoring his slice serves to the right-handed forehand here in the big moments.
Serve into the center of the box, down the forehand cross, a forehand middle from Liam Draxl. Skulkate nets his forehand, and it's 30-15 for Draxl.
Oh, that was a big opportunity. It was that same inside-out forehand ball that Tristan had won a few points previously, so he'll be ruining that opportunity. That inside-out forehand was there for the taking.
Some other results and matches in progress right now. Colton Smith of the United States won the first set against Hugo Gaston of France, but Gaston won the second and is up 4-1 in the third against the Washington State native. Colton Smith, a former Arizona Wildcat. Lloyd Harris, who was a quarterfinalist here 5 years ago, is back into the main draw. A straight sets winner over Pablo Lamas Ruiz on court 14. And what a nice backhand drop shot from Liam Draxl, who is on the verge of pushing Tristan Skulkate into a buster, as you call it, for a spot in the main draw of the U.S. Open.
Draxl, his time to approach the net this time, and his coverage of the line there on the passing shot was razor sharp. Tristan curled the forehand down the line, but Draxl was there to dice away the backhand volley cross.
Draxl was long on that serve. We're also watching Buyun Chauquete against Federico Cina of Italy. They're at 1-1 in the third. Bu winning the first set, Cina the second. Serve into the center of the box, down the backhand from Draxl. A low slice from Skulkate. Draxl replies with a slice of his own. Now a forehand with plenty of spin on it. Forehand down the line from Skulkate. He ran through the gears on that point with a full variety of shots.
Yeah, lethal inside-in forehand from Skulkate to extend the game. These U.S. Open matches, these last round qualifying matches, they're some of the most pressure you're going to see in tennis outside Davis Cup. Davis Cup, of course, you're playing for your country, and there's no greater pressure than that. But last round of qualifying, there's so much on the line for these players trying to launch their careers.
$140,000 is also waiting for them if they qualify. That's and the chance to earn more if they can go on a run in the main draw. As Draxl misses long on that serve from the ad side here. 5-6, he's at 40-30. On the verge of a 10-point tiebreak. Second serve, backhand from Skulkate. He got a good angle on it. A slice backhand Draxl, inside out forehand Skulkate, who approaches behind it. Backhand low. And Skulkate had all the answers there. Draxl couldn't handle it. His backhand floated wide. And it looks like Draxl's got some sort of issue. As he walked over to the chair, I guess he needed a new racket. Did he bust a string in the middle of that point?
This is a strange one. Certainly, you don't want to be changing a racket at 5-6 in the third in juice. I don't believe
he's not.
It
He's
was a
changing a
string.
sweatband.
Going for the dry sweatband. Well, there's nothing worse than a slippery racket. If the sweatband was wringing wet, you know, I think he did the right thing. They're just taking a few extra seconds to get a dry one, so he feels like he's...
And now he's upset because he was just called for a time violation.
Well, the umpire's got to follow the rules. He just needs to gather his composure here and get back to work.
Deuce 5-6, third set. After the dry wristbands were put on, he goes body serve into a forehand from Schoolkate. Forehand Draxel, lifted backhand long Schoolkate. And a pump of the left wrist showing off that new black wristband from Liam Draxel. He needed those wristbands because if his shirt and shorts are any indication, he is absolutely soaked right now on court. It is, you know, it's enjoyable outside. It's not oppressively hot, but it is quite warm, especially if you're on court for 2 hours and 40 minutes with final round qualifying pressure. Those are the conditions these two men are under. Serve down the center, leaning forehand from Schoolkate. Short forehand Draxel, backhand line from Schoolkate. Now Schoolkate waits at the baseline, inside out forehand. Backhand on the run from Draxel. Forehand inside in Schoolkate. Draxel gets there. He reached for it. Schoolkate waits, steps in, hits the overhead right at Draxel. His backhand's low, just picked up. Now a backhand stabbed over, but into net from Schoolkate. And what guts from Liam Draxel, and what athleticism from the Canadian.
It looked like for all money, Tristan Schoolkate had that point in the bag with a bounce smash inside the service line, but Draxel made a really instinctive play covering the inside-out smash and extending the point. Ended up drawing a drop volley mistake from Tristan Schoolkate, and now we're at 6-all in the third set.
And that means we've got a 10-point tiebreak to put a player in the U.S. Open. Serve down the center is an ace, a perfect start for Tristan Schoolkate.
Responding well there to the disappointment of not breaking. A lethally accurate tee serve to get up 1-love. These 10-point tiebreakers, they're real, a war of attrition. Back and forth, the momentum shifts that you can get in these 10-point tiebreakers.
So here's Draxel. Serve into the forehand. That return is long.
Both players taking care of business in the early going on serve. A couple of quality first serves to tie it up at 1-1.
So we're going to keep an eye on this tie break, but what we are also going to do here on this qualifying day, we're going to take a quick break and come back and be joined by one of the newly minted players in the main draw. It's Francesca Jones of Great Britain. She's going to join us in studio. That's all ahead on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious. The possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit USA.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the U.S. Open.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
New York knows where to be this summer and what to wear. New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. And we know how to grind. and for sure, how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Friday afternoon here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, and maybe some of the best hours in tennis, certainly the most pressure-filled, those final few hours of qualifying. Brian Clark back with David McPherson. We're keeping an eye on that 10-point tiebreak between Tristan Schoolkate and Liam Draxel. But we are joined now by somebody who just survived the pressure of U.S. Open qualifying again, the second year in a row for Francesca Jones of Great Britain, who joins us now. Fran, welcome and congratulations.
Hi, thanks for having me. Yeah, you're right. It definitely is the most pressurizing moment, and I think it makes it worse that a lot of people had to wait until today. So, yeah, heavy thinking, I think, but really glad to be sat here.
And that's kind of the first question I wanted to ask you about. Because of the rain yesterday, were you ready to stay as long as it took yesterday, or were you hoping that, you know, they called it early like they did so you at least could get home at a reasonable hour and get back to site today?
I mean, I gambled a little bit. By like 3:30, 4 o'clock, I was kind of switching off. My physio was like, do not switch off. You never know. They might want it done. I was like, they're going to call it. They're going to call it. And then they went not before 6:15. And I was like, now they're going to call it. So, yeah, thankfully, I think it was the right decision, honestly, because it's tough for the players to be waiting all day. And I'm not sure if it rained more when everyone left. But, you know, that's the benefit of having the extra day as well.
And how did that extra night, I'm sure, did you sleep okay? Because I'm sure the nerves were certainly still present, but how did that extra night play itself out today on court?
It was probably better for my recovery because I played a long third set match in the second round, and my opponent and I actually finished at a similar time. We were one of the later matches, so all things considered, it was probably a big benefit especially for me. But if we have to play, we have to play. So. I slept pretty good, to be honest, which was surprising because I'm normally a terrible sleeper. But, I'm just really glad with how I handled it.
And how did last year's experience help you this year?
Yeah, it did, for sure. I mean, I would say I was actually more confident last year than I was this year. I came in with a sort of different trajectory, even though a similar ranking. I was a top seed last year in the qualifying, top 100. But, it was slightly different management of myself, but at the same time, last year I remembered in the last game when I served for it, I didn't hesitate. So today I hesitated a little bit on the first two returns, but then, pushed through.
How difficult is that? That's a really good point, where you are right on the cusp of direct entry into the main draw, yet you find yourself in qualifying. That's 2 years in a row, and 2 years you've navigated that challenge. How do you work through that mentally just to make sure that you make it through qualifying?
Yeah, it's a really good point. It's not easy when you're on the bus the first day to the qualifying. And the fact that it's a bus, because the qualifiers, we don't get the transport. And it's not easy, but, at the same time, I totally understand that's how tennis works. And there's times where it's worked in my favor. Roland Garros, it worked in my favor. I just got in, and I was losing points the week after. So, yeah, it's tennis, and I had a little bit of a wobble on the bus, but then after I was like, you know what, it's tennis, just crack on. And honestly, for me, the more matches I get on a hard court, the better, because I love to keep proving that I'm not a clay court player.
And how about the speed of the court from last year to this year? Would you say there's any difference? Is it playing a little quicker or slower?
Why? What are people saying?
Well, I'm just been thinking it's playing very fair this year. I'd say, if anything, it's medium pace this year. As the weather gets warmer, of course, things speed up. It was probably playing faster today than it was yesterday.
Yes, I would say it's a little bit slower because of the weather. I don't think it's anything. The courts are the same. But yeah, there's not as much direct sunlight. Last year was really hot. So I think it's a big difference when the heat's out on any hard court. But today was fast, honestly, and I think I don't know about the other matches, but at least in my match, you could tell on the service games that, big first serve, and it was difficult to get the point going.
And do you prefer it a little quicker, or would you rather?
This is perfect for me.
You like it pretty
I don't like it slow, just like medium pace,
Mm-hmm.
It makes it fair playing ground.
Absolutely.
So looking at your schedule this year, as you set up to come to the U.S. Open, you had that great summer. I think you had won 13 straight matches at the one point. And then you had not played in about a month in terms of matches. Was that a
Was that strategic? Was that just the way the schedule fell, your body? And how did you use that time to prepare for the U.S. Open?
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything, all of the above, really. I needed a break, as you said. I won a lot of matches, played a lot of matches. I felt very fatigued. I needed a training block because I also came off the back of the grass season and the clay season that I play a lot as well. So I normally do that coming straight into the U.S. Open. Hopefully next year I'll be in the main draw and I can play a tournament in the run-up. But yeah, I mean, it's worked well so far. So I had a couple of days off and then, just train and put the work in.
And you changed your racket during this stretch?
I did, yeah. It's going well. I can't complain. I mean, stuck with Wilson. Wilson were my first ever sponsor, and they mean a lot to me. So, we worked hard to make sure that I could find something that would give me a little bit more of easier pace. But I've always been a little bit hesitant to change my racket because of just the differences that I have. So, in the last, I think it's been 7 years since I touched a different racket. So, I would say, it was ballsy. I don't know if I can say that on here, but it was ballsy. And I'm happy I went for it, took a risk.
And tension-wise, are you a player that varies the tension from week to week based on the conditions, or do you have a certain number that you like to stick with how tight you string your rackets?
I stick. I don't overcomplicate things. I might move it by one, not more.
Okay, but you're pretty consistent.
Consistent,
You've got your number that you're comfortable with, and you stick with it.
Yeah.
So final question. We're here with Francesca Jones. She's qualified for the U.S. Open. Again, waiting to find out who you'll face in the main draw of the tournament. You'll be taking, I presume, a car back to Manhattan. You won't have to be on the bus. You were on the bus here for qualifying, car back. But just how do you go about the weekend where you can exhale, you're in the main draw, but you're also preparing for a match? But I would assume, is there a nice dinner tonight?
Yeah, there will be a nice dinner. There might be a little bit of a margarita somewhere. But very focused on trying to keep this going.
This is fantastic. Francesca Jones navigating the jungle that is U.S. Open, qualifying for the second year in a row. Congratulations and good luck in the main draw.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's Francesca Jones just qualifying for the U.S. Open main draw. And somebody else who's trying to qualify for the main draw of the U.S. Open was right here on court 16. That's Tristan Schoolkate, and he's got a couple of match points against Liam Draxel of Canada. And here comes Draxel from the near baseline with a forehand. Brian Clark back with David McPherson. Oh, Schoolkate had the main draw on his strings, but he netted a center court forehand from the service line. Still has some margin at 9-6, but that could loom large.
Oh, Brian, that's a tough one right there. 9-5 up, and you couldn't have asked for a more perfectly placed forehand, high chest height level in the middle of the court. His opponent actually guessed the wrong way. He guessed inside out. Tristan went back behind him, but came over the top of it and hit it into the net.
Here's Tristan Schoolkate again, this time serving on match point. He missed that serve out wide. Wild cards into this tournament each of the last 2 years, seeking to get here through qualifying for the first time ever. Second serve, gets it in deep into the box. The backhand from Draxel, forehand cross Schoolkate. Sliding forehand, just floats over Draxel. Here comes Schoolkate, and again he dumps it into the net. That one a more difficult shot, but it's another match point that's come and gone.
I think for a split second he thought he'd done enough to win the point. He had a rifling cross-court forehand that his opponent Draxel barely reached, was able to squash shot a forehand just a couple of inches over the tape, kept it low, and then Tristan came up to the short forehand and just couldn't quite clear the tape.
Match point number 3 at 9-7 here in the third set tiebreak. The toss and serve is out wide. It's blocked back. Schoolkate followed it in. Draxel missed long, and Tristan Schoolkate falls to his back in exhaustion and in joy. He is in to the main draw of the U.S. Open. First time he's come through qualifying to get there.
The relief is palpable. He serve volleyed wide, and he was so relieved to see that forehand return from Draxel go long. He didn't want any part of a first volley there, I don't think, after all he'd been through in the previous points. But that is pure elation and relief, and a celebration that Bjorn Borg would have been proud of back in the 70s, as he used to fall to his knees when he would win Wimbledon after Wimbledon.
And now the emotion is visible on the face of the 25-year-old. Hard to tell if he was laughing or crying, but now he sat down on his bench and he's put his towel over his head, and he is.
Yes, I think they're just tears of emotion, of relief. This qualifying is a grueling experience. And these players just have to, tennis players have to go through so much out there. It's just, you're alone on an island. Obviously, you have your team that are helping you from the side of the court, pushing you on and encouraging you. But at the end of the day, it's an individual sport, and you really need to dig deep in moments like this to get through.
And what a moment for Tristan Schoolkate, who continues to sob into his towel courtside. He is into the main draw of the U.S. Open. So what we're going to do now, how about that start to our afternoon here on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express? We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll check in on the last few remaining qualifying matches. We'll start to hear from some of the top players who've been speaking at Media Day on this Friday. We've got it all on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the U.S. Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit Moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the U.S. Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the U.S. Open since 1978.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active, without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
New York knows where to be this summer and what to wear. New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. And we know how to grind. And for sure, how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Match point number 3 at 9-7 here in the third set tiebreak. The toss and serve is out wide. It's blocked back. Schoolkate followed it in. Draxel missed long, and Tristan Schoolkate falls to his back in exhaustion and in joy. He is in to the main draw of the U.S. Open. First time he's come through qualifying to get there. That was just a moment ago here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Tristan Schoolkate back to the main draw for the third time, his first time coming through qualifying. Buyun Chaukete is trying to get back into the main draw of the U.S. Open. He is at 3-all in the third set against Federico Cina of Italy. And these qualifiers have yet to be placed in the main draw. That will happen upon the completion of qualifying. We also know who is going to play on Sunday, the first day of main draw play. And we know that Jessica Pegula, fresh off her runner-up appearance or performance in Cincinnati just last week, she'll open her campaign here on Sunday against Elena Gabriela Ruse. We don't yet know when that match will be, but it will be on Sunday. And Pegula was one of the players who spoke at Media Day earlier today. Our Gil Gross was able to sit down with Pegula, had an awesome appearance or run here last year, beaten in the semifinals by a flawless Aryna Sabalenka. But let's hear what Gil and Jessica Pegula had to say.
Gil Gross with Jessica Pegula on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Jess coming off of a run to the final in Cincinnati. Great to see you. On a scale from 1 to 10, obviously you want to recover after a long week in Cincy. What's the intensity of your training the week before a major as you prepare to get ready for the main draw?
Yeah, I mean, it's always kind of a quicker turnaround when you do well the week before, but I think having this whole week where I can kind of dictate my practice schedule a little bit, take a couple days off. So, I mean, going deep in Cincy, I took Monday off and then kind of got back into training just to get used to the conditions, and then took another day off today, which is Friday, just to kind of take a break before the matches really start. And I saw that I play Sunday, so I'll be, one of the first days to start up. But I'm excited. I think it's so far it's been really good, but you're just kind of trying to balance a lot of the off-court stuff and on-court practices.
Talking to you over the years, I know there's been such a focus on improving your serve, and I feel like this year the fruits of your labor are showing up in the stats and you're holding more often. Yeah. Do you feel like it's mission accomplished on the serve and you've kind of shifted your focus to something else in your game, or do you still want to make more gains there?
No, I still obsess over one shot. I think the serve is something you always have to keep working on because it's the one shot you can control, and I think there are days where the serve isn't always working, and so I'm always trying to work on it no matter what. Actually, in Cincinnati, I don't think I served very well at all. And so we've been working this week on trying to get it back to where it was more at the beginning of the year. And of course, in matches, things can change and maybe the shot's not working perfectly, but it's always something I feel like I'm tweaking.
You know Coco Gauff's game so well. Was that Cincinnati final the best you've seen her play against you?
I think it's one of the better matches, that I can remember off the top of my head where I feel like her level was pretty high the entire time. And I mean, when she moves the best on tour, I think, and so when she's got that and she's feeling confident on her serve and things are clicking, I mean, she's going to be really tough to beat. But she's been playing some amazing tennis, not only at Wimbledon. I thought she had obviously a great Wimbledon where she could have been in the final, and I think she's taken that confidence onto the hard courts. It always helps too. I feel like when she hasn't always done well at Wimbledon, so I think when you can kind of break through, do really well at a tournament you're not used to, that you can gain confidence very fast. So she's playing great.
Thanks, Jess. Appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Brian Clark back here with David McPherson on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We know Pegula is playing Sunday. As you heard Jess say, she knows she's playing Sunday. Good to hear her talk about those training tactics going into the first week of a major. And that's a question, a good one for you, Mac, as we also keep an eye on this matchup between Bu Yunchao-Kete and Federico Cina, a 19-year-old from Italy. They're in the third set. Mac, you heard Gild ask, just about how you handle that week before a major. As the coach, it's not so much how do you handle that, but how far in advance is that plan made, assuming the player is healthy? But let's say you're having a solid summer and you come to the U.S. Open. Do you want the player to be playing the week before? Maybe whether it was Winston-Salem, obviously there could be financial opportunities and points opportunities to do that. But how do you juggle that week before a major period?
Yes, well, the Grand Slams are such grueling affairs that if you're a player that truly believes that you're in contention to go deep, possibly win a Grand Slam, you generally do not mess with playing the week before. You conserve energy. You know that you're possibly going to need every ounce of energy that you have. So you're just fine-tuning your game, getting some. If there's any shot that's giving you any problems, you're just taking a few extra reps on that as you gear up. But you're trying to keep plenty in the tank the week before a Grand Slam.
So it's sharpening. It's not building. That's done at a different point in the season.
The work should have been done already. Yes, exactly. Yeah, you're fine-tuning perhaps the week before a major, but certainly the work needs to have been done far, far in advance.
Yeah, the hard work has certainly paid off for these players who have come through qualifying. We had Fran Jones in here a few moments ago from Great Britain, another British woman. Well, there's guaranteed to be another one in the main draw because Harriet Dart played Heather Watson, the 2009 girls singles champion here, and it was Dart victorious in the third set, 6-1. That was on court 8 earlier today. We also saw the end of Kei Nishikori's career at the U.S. Open. Rei Sakamoto, the younger Japanese player, beat him 6-4, 7-6. Kei has said he'll retire at the end of this season. Storm Hunter has earned a berth in the main draw of the U.S. Open. And two players right now seeking spots in the main draw of the U.S. Open. Bu Yunchao-Kete of China against Federico Cina of Italy. This is on court 6, and we are at 4-all here in the third set.
Two fine athletes here. Both players move extremely well. They're very fit. I mean, this is a really tight, even contest, as you can see from the scoreline. 4-4 as Bu rockets a first serve down the tee to get to 15 love in this critical 9th game of the third set.
Bu in the sleeveless white top. We're seeing a resurgence of the sleeveless look over the last year or so.
Bu, not an extremely tall man, but a fairly lively serve. He's certainly capable of getting free points with that first serve.
Goes deep on that second serve. Cina with a soft backhand return. Now a cross-court backhand for the 19-year-old from Italy. Bu nets his forehand. And it's 15-all.
15-all.
Cina, a very resourceful young Italian player. Doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Competes really, really well.
Cina had a run through qualifying at Roland Garros and reached the second round in Paris when he got into the main draw. He beat Riley Opelka as a qualifier in his first round matchup. So here is Bu seeking a third straight trip to the main draw of the U.S. Open. An inside-out forehand after that wide serve. Now a backhand down the line. Long from the Chinese number one.
A very loose backhand down the line there. His feet slowed down there. I'm not sure if fatigue or a little nerves there, but certainly that was a loose mistake at such an important time of the match. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Cina just inspired Italian tennis just going crazy here in the last few years with Yannick Sinner leading the way amongst many, many others.
One of those players, Lorenzo Musetti, he spoke with Gil Gross. We're going to hear that conversation in a bit. It's media day here, so the top players, there's meeting the media, talking to the reporters about what they're expecting out of this U.S. Open. But these two players are trying to get into the main draw of the U.S. Open. Sliding forehand, Cina. Forehand down the line from Yunchao-Kete. Now a slice backhand from the Chinese number one. A forehand cross Cina. Backhand cross court. They trade. Backhand middle from Cina. He slides right with a cross court forehand. Running forehand from Bu. Now a sliding forehand. Cina just missed long. And he puts his hand to his face and looks skyward. He could not believe he missed that. A well-constructed point from both.
Bu, a tremendous get wide to his forehand. That's the shot that players miss the most. When they're stretched to their forehand wing, that's a time that a lot of players will go for a low percentage winner down the line because they know how much energy it's going to cost them to recover back into the point. But Bu was willing to pay the price there. He took that stretch forehand back cross court and it paid dividends.
Sun has really come out now, and crowd here on court number 6 is about 8 deep along the sides. Not a lot of seats to be had here. Toss and the serve, it's out wide. He missed it wide. Women's qualifying, Elvina Kalieva, who's grew up here in New York City from the United States, came back to win the second set against Vendula Valdmanova of the Czech Republic. They're just underway in a third on court 11. Overhead smash from Cina, and here is a mega chance for Federico Cina. He's got a break point on Bu Yunchao-Kete.
What an aggressive second serve return play that was. Cina took the return on the forehand well inside the baseline. He used the pace of the server, redirected it up the line, and came in for the winning smash there. It's a tactic that not a lot of players use in today. John McEnroe was the king of it all. Used to take people's first serves and come in behind it.
Bu serve down the center, down break point. Now he comes in with a forehand, drives it, and enough pace on it that Cina could not respond. Break point saved by Bu.
Always such an important thing is to make your first serve when you're down a break point. Bu paid the price for missing his first serve at 30-all. He came up with the goods there with a good swinger down the tee, which set up the first strike forehand.
Seats behind the players on the baseline are packed here on court 6. A couple of fans seated towards the top have small umbrellas to find some shade from the sun. At deuce, 4-all third set, serve missed long. Hard to describe the amount of pressure these players are under here with a berth in the main draw on the line. A forehand from Bu right down the center. A forehand China. Bu now goes forehand middle again. China short with the forehand, but he was short because of the pace injection from Bu. And as the game approaches 5 minutes, advantage Bu.
Bu didn't hold back at all on that forehand. He didn't go for so much angle, but he just hit it at a ferocious pace, super deep, and he rushed China to his forehand ground stroke. He just lifted up his body weight on impact, and that made all the difference to the contact.
Here's Bu as the serve clock ticks down. Serve out wide. He went flat and missed it wide.
Let's see if China's equally as aggressive on this second serve opportunity from the ad side.
Serve into the body, the backhand. What a return from China. It goes in deep, but Bu's there for it. Now a running forehand from Bu, a forehand from China, who stays at the baseline. China inside in with the forehand. It's wide, and Bu Yunqiao-Kete pumps the racket. He's 1 game away from his 3rd straight trip to the main draw of the U.S. Open. We'll take a quick break and come back for the conclusion of this match on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Federico China serving to stay in this match. 4-5 in the 3rd set against Bu Yunqiao-Kete of China. China, 19 years old, from Italy. Made his slam debut in the main draw at Roland Garros this year, where he reached the 2nd round. He comes in off a sliding backhand from Bu, but that had floated long. China constructing the point well. It's 15 love.
Yes, Bu played a completely different style of second serve return there. He backed up, didn't want to miss the return, but he left it a little bit short, and China was more than happy to step forward and take that backhand on the rise and seize the momentum.
China's father, Francesco, he was part of the coaching setup of Roberta Vinci, former U.S. Open finalist. Another first serve coming for the 19-year-old Federico China. Looks across the net, and the serve, it's flat and out wide, and the backhand return is long.
13 love.
Certainly just shows the value of her serve. It wasn't particularly well located. It was right into Bu's backhand wheelhouse, but once again, the difference between, the disparity between first and second serve in the big moments is massive.
30 love for China. Down the center with an ace. That was perfectly placed.
Yes, not breaking any speed records, but it's like Roger Federer wasn't breaking speed records most of the time, but he was so accurate with his serve. He had plenty of aces, and his win percentage on first serve was as good as anybody's.
40 love serve out wide. Bu's backhand into net. A love hold for Federico China. And the pressure ratchets up a few notches. 5-all in the 3rd set.
5 games all, final set.
5-all. We just witnessed a An enthralling encounter with the Draxler and Schoolkate that went the distance, 10-7 in a match tiebreaker. We could very well be headed in that direction. You can hear the people just really getting into this match. It's wild out there.
Huge crowd here on court 6. Bu Yunchao-Kete serves out wide. A leaning flick from China. Bu comes in. Deep backhand to keep it out of the reach of the younger Italian. 15-love.
Yeah, both players well represented. I think we have a lot of Italians in the crowd, Chinese. I mean, they're very passionate about this match.
And a lot of fans here for the Fan Week festivities are just finding the matches that are still in progress. There's only 3 still going on here on this Friday afternoon. Good wide serve blocked by China. Now a forehand from Bu. China's there, though, and he passes Bu with a forehand that Bu could not quite tame. 15-all.
Yes, he got his racket on the stretch forehand volley. Just didn't look that comfortable up there, Brian, did he? I felt like it's certainly a volley that was there to be made, but he was just a little bit tentative in his net coverage.
Bu wipes away from sweat with that wristband, some sweat with that wristband on his left wrist. Toss and the serve, it's out wide, leaning and flicked back into the net from China. Bu placing his serves well, 30-15.
Yes, a very nice slider wide to the China forehand. Drew the mistake, nothing like free points on your serve deep in the match.
Some irony, China's last match before the U.S. Open qualifying, he lost in a challenger in Brownsburg, which I believe is in Indiana in the United States. And he was beaten by Tristan Schoolkate, who we just saw come through in 3 grueling sets. That serve into net.
See how aggressive China is on this second serve return.
Second serve, 30-15. He goes deep with it. China not too aggressive with it. Soft forehand from Bu, and China pummels a forehand. Now China's at net and cuts it off with a forehand volley.
Very competent forehand volley there. Clinical, good technique. He wasn't aggressive so much with the power of his second serve return, but he did take it up the line, Brian, which was a surprise. Most right-handers feel a lot more safety taking that backhand cross court over the low part of the net, but China was brave enough to go down the line over the higher part of the net, and that set up the entire point as Bu was leaning the wrong way.
Bu's got to be careful here. 30-all, 5-all, and he goes up the center. Brownsburg is Indiana, by the way. That challenger was won by Lloyd Harris, who has made it into the main draw here as a qualifier 5 years after his run to the quarterfinals. Serve down the center, backhand middle from both players. Now it's China with more space under his. Inside in forehand, and Bu yanked it wide. Bu took it from the center of the baseline, tried to tuck the forehand inside in, but it leaked into the alley.
It was one of those situations, I think China mishit his backhand fairly badly, and for a split second, Bu thought that the ball was going long, and then the rotation on the ball brought it down sharply, and Bu's footwork was left a little bit lacking there, and an unforced error from the middle of the court.
Bu down a break point here. Serve up the center. Ooh, he almost hit a clutch serve at a big moment, but it was just long. Second serve. If he can't make it, it'll be China serving for a spot in the main draw. So that second serve, he does not make it. He flew it out wide. And Federico China has a lot to think about. He's up 6-5, and when we come back, the 19-year-old will serve for a spot in the main draw of the U.S. Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show.
Get ready for the next unbelievable moments.
We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome to the show.
Here's Federico China serving for a spot in the main draw of the U.S. Open, and he's 3 points away after Buyun Chao-Kete, who was broken in that last service game, blocked the forehand long. Serve down the center now. Good forehand from Bu. Backhand from Bu. Cross court. He's dictating from the baseline. Forehand middle. Now China moves right for a forehand. Bu forehand. Backhand up the line from China. Now forehand from the younger Italian player. Bu with a forehand. Big hitting from these two. Who will blink? It's China with a backhand. Here comes Bu with a backhand. China has him in, and it was China who blinked as he mishit that shot with a looming Bu at net.
Bu did a very nice job there, digging out a difficult low backhand volley. Certainly it was a forehand pass that China, under less stressful circumstances, probably would have made. But Bu was rewarded for his efforts there, for his aggression. And there's no pressure like trying to serve out a match to get yourself into a Grand Slam.
China at 15 all. The toss and serve down the center. Bunted into the tape from Bu. It's 30-15. China does have a hard court title this year. That was a challenger in India. But the competition there, not exactly the most robust. He did not face a player ranked higher than 300th in the world. And here he is against Buyun Chao-Kete, 2 points away from the main draw of the U.S. Open. 1 point away from the main draw of the U.S. Open as he unleashes an ace up the center for 40-15.
Ice in the veins on that serve. Perfectly placed. It was a little bit of a toss that looked like it was going wide to the backhand, but then he carved around the right-hand side of the ball and served an ace up the tee.
Double match point for Federico China. The toss, the serve, it's out wide, chipped back by Bu. Here comes China, and there he goes into the main draw of the U.S. Open. A forehand winner. He taps his heart, points to his team courtside, and he'll be moving on to the main draw. Nice respectful handshake between the two men, but it's Federico China coming out on top, the 19-year-old, to make his U.S. Open main draw debut. He soaks it in from this packed house here on court number 6. Got to the second round at Roland Garros, and he'll have a chance to do the same here in New York City. Macca, you talk about a 19-year-old, a pressure situation. You're serving for a spot in your first main draw at the U.S. Open. Got to be impressed with how China handled that.
He's a very impressive young man. I really feel like I've seen quite a bit of him working his way up through the challenges, and every time I see him, I'm impressed by his composure. He's an all-court player, and I feel like he's making improvements to his game. That's the best I've seen him serve in his short career, so he's obviously been inspired by all the great Italian players that he can look up to in his country, and Italian tennis has never been healthier than it is right now.
Yeah, and that's well represented. Of course, they have an extra burden to carry with the absence of Jannik Sinner, but the Italian men, there's another one going into the main draw of the U.S. Open. That's Federico China, 7-5 in the third set over Buyun Chao-Kete, who departs the court. Bu was into the main draw here each of the last 2 years, but he will not contest the main draw in 2026. The Chinese #1 falls at the final hurdle of qualifying, but could all change. There's still the lucky losers and all of those possibilities that could see Buyun Chao-Kete into the main draw. We've got a few more spots in the main draw up for grabs. These final few spots are being handed out right now. There's just 2 more qualifying matches still in progress, both on the women's side. We'll check on those, and we'll also continue talking about Italian men's tennis. We'll have it all coming up on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the US Open.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve.
The new Aura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit dove.com.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
New York knows where to be this summer and what to wear. New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. And we know how to grind, and for sure, how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Brian Clark back here with David McPherson on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. It is the Friday of Fan Week. It was supposed to be a more quiet day. Nothing's quiet at the U.S. Open. Nothing's relaxed at the U.S. Open because we are completing qualifying because of yesterday's rain and the delays. We're hearing one of the final remaining qualifying matches. That's Elvina Kalieva of the United States, who is up a third set break in her final round qualifying match against Vendula Valdmanova of the Czech Republic. Kalieva grew up here in New York City, born in Brooklyn, raised in Staten Island, and she is a couple of games away from the main draw of the U.S. Open. But we just saw another Italian man get into the main draw of the U.S. Open. That was Federico Cina, who beat Buyun Ciauquete in 3 sets. So he joins Francesco Passaro in coming through qualifying as Italian men. And Italian men right now, when you think of men's tennis, they are carrying the flag, Macca. Is there one thing you can point to that is obviously a country with a very rich tennis history, but led by Jannik Sinner? What is it about this setup there that has bode so well for them?
Well, I think sometimes you get a great champion and it can be so inspiring. I mean, I think when Bjorn Borg was at his peak, it inspired some Swedish players. Then we had Wallander and Edberg, 2 more incredible champions coming out of Sweden. And of course, in Australia, we had so many great players in the 60s. It just, I think one great player can inspire a nation. And I think that's what we're seeing here in Italy right now. Jannik Sinner is taking the game to such extraordinary heights. His younger countrymen are getting to practice with him probably a lot in that fellowship of Davis Cup. And they're inspired and they're raising their level accordingly.
Is there anything, though, about, before they even get to that point at the professional level, but the way they're taught, the youth setup, is there something more grassroots, more fundamental that's working so well?
Well, you'd have to say they're doing a great job, aren't they? I mean, and as had the Spanish for so many years. Spain's been such a strong tennis country, a lot of excellent coaching, obviously in the juniors there in Spain at their academies with their clay court tennis. I mean, that's another. And France has also produced a plethora of quality pros in the past decade or so. So, yes, those countries are definitely doing a fine job.
David McPherson here with Brian Clark. I'm Brian Clark. That's David McPherson. He was waving to the large crowd that's assembled on his behalf outside of the window here. It's awesome. If you come to the U.S. Open, you can come by, wave hello. We'll be here all tournament long. Tomorrow's the only day you won't hear from us. There's no play tomorrow at the U.S. Open, but the main draw gets going on Sunday. We know the big names that are we know who will be playing Sunday. We don't know when, but the big names, Novak Djokovic will play Sunday, Daniil Medvedev, Tommy Paul will play a qualifier, lucky loser. That's on the men's side. Women, Jessica Pegula plays Elena Gabriela Russe, Venus Williams, Sophia Kenin, Jasmine Paolini, an Italian woman. But talking about the Italian men, and a point you had just made, and I want to dig into a little bit more, talk about the success of the Italian tennis setup on the men's side, the Spanish setup, the French setup. How much of that goes down to learning how to play on clay courts? Is that a fundamental building block in what's gone on with these countries?
Yes, well, it's so important to learn to play on clay. I mean, the artistry, using the heavier topspin, the drop shot, it's a tough shot to learn on hard court because it doesn't really reward you. Hard courts are so difficult to execute the drop shots on, and the clay is a fantastic surface. You've got to learn to move on the clay. So doing some sliding, and so I do think that the South Americans and the European countries have a little advantage, and it's a big effort for Americans in large who grow up on the hard courts, and most of the college tennis is played on the hard courts, indoors as well. So for a lot of Americans, it's an adjustment process that they have to go through as they join the professional ranks, and so much of the tour is on the clay. So it's certainly a challenge for the American and Australian players and Asian players that don't have as much clay to refine their games on as they grow up.
One of those Italian players who is hoping to make an impact here in New York is Lorenzo Musetti. He made his debut into the top 5 earlier this year. He has struggled with injuries at times this year, but Musetti will play Arthur Ferry, who, of course, had that run to the semifinals of Wimbledon just a couple of months ago. And Lorenzo Musetti was a player who caught up with Gil Gross.
Gil Gross with Lorenzo Musetti on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Lorenzo, great to see you. I know getting back to your very best level is a long process coming back from injury. If you think about your recent matches, what parts of your game are you happy with, and what parts of your game are you still looking to improve?
Well, luckily I'm happy that my body is responding really well, and physically I feel really good. And mentally also I feel really motivated and stimulated to play, and to really excited, to be back. I feel that my tennis is getting higher and higher in terms of level, but I feel that I need a little bit more matches, or I don't know, like a sort of a click in my mindset to that important moments, especially against a player that has the same level like Hodar and Tiafoe in the last month. I felt that the guys were, more used to that moments. So I felt that a little bit, but probably is because I didn't play for more than 2 months.
Did you see Roger Federer's breakdown about why the one-handed backhand is difficult in the modern game and why less people are using it on tour?
Yeah, I know that you did ask that question. I think that could be a great answer, and I just want to add a little bit for me, playing with a one-handed backhand and seeing the other guys playing two-handed backhand. I feel that right now, having a one-handed backhand on tour in terms of coverage of the core on the left side, returning, and also playing with it, I think it's a sort of disadvantage. But I'm still there. I'm trying to kind of change the thought of that shot and try to keep alive the tradition.
Well, you're doing great. We love watching you play. Good luck this week at the U.S. Open.
Thank you so much.
Lorenzo Musetti, who was obviously listening to the Roger Federer press conference earlier this week. I'm sure Gil was very happy that Lorenzo recognized him as the person who asked Roger about the seeming death of the one-hander on tour. It's not dead, it's on life support. Musetti, one of the players who's keeping it alive. We're also watching final round qualifying matches that are still ongoing. Elvina Kalieva of the United States is seeking her first ever main draw berth at the U.S. Open. The New Yorker is up a break in the third set. But as we reset here, Musetti will play his first round match against Arthur Furey. Furey is not even here yet because he is in Winston-Salem, where he has a semifinal tonight against the Australian James Duckworth. He beat another Australian, Cruz Hewitt, in his first matchup there on the campus of Wake Forest University.
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear Musetti sort of say so openly that having a one-hander is a disadvantage. I mean, it's certainly, there's no denying that on the return of serve, it's fantastic having that second hand on the backhand. But the skill shots, the drop shots, the volleys, that's where, you know, the one-handed artistry can be an advantage. So you have to take the good with the bad a little bit.
Got some players who've qualified for the main draw, just bringing you up to speed here on this Friday as we head towards the conclusion of qualifying. Zheng Qinwen of China, Storm Hunter of Australia, Tamara Zidanchek beat seemingly injured Bianca Andreescu, or just did not look her best, so the 2019 champion is not able to get back to the main draw here. The 16-year-old Kristina Lutova, who's based in Washington State, she is Russian, but is hoping to acquire, she has a green card and wants to represent the United States. She's working towards that process. Well, the process of getting into the main draw of the U.S. Open, that's concluded as she is in. Himeno Sakasume of Japan is through. Harriet Dart won an all-British affair over Heather Watson. Francesca Jones comes through qualifying for the second year in a row. The 35-year-old tireless Arantxa Rus is into the main draw. She's one of two Dutch women to reach the main draw via qualifying. Anouk Kovermans will make her debut in the main draw. Lucy Havlichkova, who had never won a qualifying match before this, well, she wins 3 of them. Gabriella Knutson, we told you her story yesterday. She was a classmate at Syracuse University of our own Gil Gross and decided, okay, I've played college tennis, I've had some success, let's give this professional tennis thing a shot, and it's worked out well. She's into the main draw. Lucrezia Stefanini, Polina Iatsenko, and from the United States, Robin Montgomery. Those last handful of players, they got through Thursday, and then they finished their matches before play was called for the day. It was interesting to hear Fran Jones, we had her in the studio a little while ago, talk about, you know, how she kind of cheated and thought, you know, we're not going to play today. So she had said she started to sort of switch off, which could be dangerous if all of a sudden
that was
the
a
weather
psychological gamble because had she been required to go back on there, that's really hard to change your mindset. Yeah, I guess she had a good radar app, and she knew that she was going to be able to like put her guard down and come back the next day. But it's when these qualifying matches are done and you're so close to knowing your opponent, it's sort of like a feeling of anticipation for the qualifiers. Where am I going to get put in this draw? Who am I going to play? And for the players the main draw players that are already in the draw that play a qualifier, they're obviously waiting with bated breath to see who they're going to play when these slots are allocated later tonight.
And an American, Mary Stoyana, is serving for a spot in the main draw of the U.S. Open. The former Texas A&M Aggie is in action on court 13.
She has 5-2 double break to qualify, so she is on the cusp of a main draw berth.
That would be her first at any major in her career for the former Texas A&M Aggie, well represented in men's and women's tennis. Arthur Rinderknecht played his college tennis in College Station, Texas. And let's take a listen here. It's 15-love for Mary Stoyana from the United States. She's 23 years old, and she loops the forehand long. Playing Wan Yu of China, who is seeded 13th in qualifying. Stoyana is seeded 17th. Brian Clark, David McPherson, these are just the final handful of main draw spots still available. As Stoyana looks out from under a pink visor. Toss goes up, the serve down the center. Wan with a backhand middle. Now Wan spins around to a forehand inside in, injected plenty of pace on it. And she has heaped some pressure on Stoyanova, who does have that double break lead, but has to be careful here at 15-30.
It's never easy serving out a match. Even it's nice to have that second break up your sleeve, but certainly you really want to end it here.
Won tugs at the blue visor and crouches low. Stoyanova, who grew up not too far away. She was raised in Connecticut. Serve out wide. Now a forehand from Stoyanova, a running forehand from Won, and she passed Stoyanova, who fell as she tried to reach for that ball. I don't think she would have gotten there anyway.
No, I think that was reminiscent of Boris Becker, as he used to dive on the grass for his volleys, but I think that was more of a slip than an intentional dive. She was wrong-footed on a down-the-line passing shot and just couldn't quite make up the ground to reach the backhand volley.
She's back up on her feet now. You hear the crowd applauding. Stoyanova now down double break point, 15-40. Full house on court 13. Serve down the center. The backhand lifted up from Won. Now a backhand cross court from both players. It's Stoyanova with a backhand middle. Forehand soft from Won. Now a forehand cross. And Won, who's got 2 break points, squanders the first one as she mishit a forehand long.
Yeah, great penetration from the Stoyanova forehand to forehand. Flattened out on it. Hit the ball with such depth and penetration. It was a forced error from Won.
Mary Stoyanova led Texas A&M to the national championship a couple of years ago. Trying to find herself in the main draw of a major for the first time, and she lets that toss drop. Saved 1 break point. Trying to do the same. And a let on the first serve. Stoyanova with plenty of bounces between the serves. As court 13 falls silent, she double faults. That was a long time between serves. Oh, it was a lead on the first serve, so she puts the second first serve into the net. Now here comes the second serve. Stoyanova's toss, and the serve, it goes into the backhand of Won, who steps in to crush the backhand, and then can't get to the forehand. Stoyanova put a little extra pace and depth into it, and Stoyanova has saved 2 break points to get this game to deuce.
It was certainly an unusual situation where the ball didn't quite carry. It stayed especially low, and sort of an unusual forehand mistake there from Won. Back to deuce, as you say.
Alvina Kalieva is up 4-2 on Vendula Valdmanova. That is on court 11. These are the 2 qualifying matches in progress right now. Backhands, cross court from both players. Won goes lower, a sliced backhand Stoyanova. Won inside out with a forehand. Lunging block from Stoyanova. Won waits for the bounce and takes from inside the service line. The ad box, she sends the forehand up the center and gives herself a 3rd break point.
And that was a savvy play. Sometimes when you've got a forehand, an easy put-away forehand, to go hard up the middle is often a safe way to win the point, because the opponent will guess one way or the other. And that way you sort of like cover all your options, because if the opponent guesses correctly, you can get burned occasionally on a put-away forehand.
Third break point here for Won, who made the 3rd round of the U.S. Open on her debut. Trying to get just back into the main draw. Stoyanova floats that first serve into the net. She's down a break point. She has saved 2 in this game so far. She's up a double break, 5-2 here in the 3rd set. Points away from the main draw of the U.S. Open. A forehand return, soft down the center. Backhand from Won. Here comes Stoyanova with the forehand volley, and Won just swung and missed at it. Might have skidded off the baseline, but Stoyanova will take it. She saves another break point.
I think it was a case of she was hoping it was going out. The volley was only an inch or so inside the baseline, and Won sort of had a little peek there. Instead of putting her head over the ball and committing to the shot, she was kind of willing it to go out, and she paid the price for a lack of commitment to the ball.
At deuce here, 5-2. Stoyanov has saved 3 break points in this game. Now a forehand return middle from Juan, who moves to her right for a forehand cross. Lifted forehand Stoyanov's long, and it's another break point. Alvina Kalieva has a break point on Valdmanova, and if she can convert that break point on court 11, she will be serving for a spot in the main draw of the U.S. Open. So we're keeping an eye on both matches, deep in third sets, well past the 2-hour mark, as these players fight for spots in the main draw.
Emotions are running high out there. There's so much at stake.
This is truly one of the best days in tennis. Certainly one of the most nerve-wracking. Stoyanov served down the center. Juan with a short forehand, and Stoyanov netted the backhand. There's the break for Juan. That's one. Stoyanov still has a second in her back pocket, but it's Juan who will serve at 3-5.
And these matches are never over. It's not easy to serve out a match, and Stoyanov really blinked there on that backhand. It wasn't a particularly difficult shot, but the stress of the moment, she just lost her balance and hit the backhand meekly into the net.
Let's quickly jump back to court 11, where Vendula Valdmanova is trying to hold off a break of serve from Alvina Kalieva and at least keep this third set just one break down. She was in danger of going down a second break, which would have given Kalieva the chance to serve for the match and a spot in the main draw. Valdmanova from the Czech Republic, Kalieva from the United States, right here in New York City, and it's deuce.
Somewhat wasted opportunity there, just a backhand unforced error going long. Certainly don't want to be giving away points with unforced errors in the third. You've got to make your opponent really earn every point at this stage.
Valdmanova wearing a highlighter yellow dress with a black visor. Just 18 years old. Her toss and the serve out wide. A stretch forehand from Valieva. Valdmanova comes in. Now the backhand, Valieva up the line. Cut off with a volley, and a good one from Valdmanova.
A very deft cross-court drop volley. For a split second there, I thought the passing shot was going to get by her, but she showed her athleticism and her touch, giving herself another game point.
And Valdmanova a chance for 3-4 here in the final set. Valdmanova's toss, and she catches it. Made a couple of junior semifinals. This is her first time attempting qualifying here at the U.S. Open. Serves down the center. Now the forehand from Kalieva, who moves to her right for the forehand again. Forehand from Kalieva, who's on the run because of Valdmanova's big hitting off the ground. Now Valdmanova steps up with a forehand from the center of the baseline. Backhand from the American Kalieva, who slices a backhand. Now a forehand flicked over from Valdmanova. Forehand floated long from Valdmanova, and Kalieva pumps the left fist. This game more than 6 minutes long.
Yes, an overly long backswing on the forehand. Never a technical thing that I'm a big fan of, is big backswings on the forehand. You're tempted to decelerate on impact when you take the racket back too far, and that's exactly what happened there to Valdmanova.
Mary Stoyanov will serve for a spot in the main draw for the second time after Won Yu held serve to put the pressure on Stoyanov, who served for it once, but was broken at 5-3, or 5-2 rather. And now Won just held for 4-5. That's on court 13. We'll head back there in a moment. Here it's Valdmanova once again trying to hold serve in this marathon game. Some sort of delay off to her left.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there, but she's certainly not stalling. There's something going on in the crowd. I don't believe she's going to get a time warning for this. There's something going on.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, the chair umpire trying to settle the crowd. This is a small area. It's a space between multiple courts, and people are trying to find a spot. Not sure if some fans are being disruptive or if it was just people trying to find any kind of space, but whatever it was, it's resolved. And now here's Valdmanova with the serve clock ticking down to 3 seconds, floats it into the box. The backhand from Kalieva, backhand slice from the American Kalieva. It hangs up for a forehand that Valdmanova had all day to take down the line, but took it into the net.
Yeah, she seems a lot more compact and solid on the backhand wing. There's been a couple of loose forehand errors here in this game. It's costing her dearly, trying to get this hold and get to 4-3 in the third if she could do it.
4 o'clock here in New York City on this Friday afternoon. It's Vendula Valbanova serving out wide, stretched out Alvina Kalieva. Now Valbanova airmails the forehand long. It's a break point, a third for Kalieva, and a chance for 5-2. Mary Stoyana is once again serving for a spot in the main draw. She's in action on court 13. She's 3 points away. We'll head there after this point, regardless of the outcome here, because Stoyana against Wang Yu of China served for it once at 5-2, got broken, looked a little tight in doing so, and now she'll try again. Drop shot from Valbanova. Kalieva got there, but Valbanova had the net covered, dropped it off. So we're back at deuce. She saves a third break point, but we're going to go back to court number 13. Mary Stoyana is 3 points away from the first ever trip to the main draw of a major. Now it's a forehand. She approaches behind it, doesn't need to do anything because she took enough pace on that baseline ground stroke. 2 points away for the Connecticut native.
Great technique on the forehand there from Stoyana. She loaded up on the outside leg, really rotated into the forehand. She was a good 8-10 feet behind the baseline when she made contact with that ball, still able to generate a down-the-line winner.
Mary Stoyana's father came to the United States from Romania, played college tennis here in Queens at St. John's University. And now his daughter is a couple of points away, make it 1 point away from the main draw of the U.S. Open as she laces a backhand winner up the left sideline. Stoyana, the former college star, is on the verge of professional glory, a trip to the main draw of the U.S. Open.
Exuding positive energy here, back-to-back down-the-line winners, and the most important of times.
Couple of bounces, and Stoyana looks across the net. Triple match point. Body serve, the backhand return. Forehand Stoyana. Now forehand from Juan. Backhand from Stoyana. Off the tape. It drops in. And Mary Stoyana is into the main draw of the U.S. Open. She apologized to Wang Yu, but now she holds her arms aloft in triumph as the former college star. Well, she is on the big stage here in New York City. And she used the crowd support for behind her.
And you can see how much it means to every one of these players that have qualified today. They're just absolutely euphoric. And she earned that last game, Brian. She really took the initiative. A couple of winners there, really stepped up.
Because the first time she served for it at 5-2, that game, I would say, did not inspire confidence. She looked like the moment might be getting to her. Professional job there to close it out.
That's right. As tennis players have to do, you have to just put the past in the past, and she was able to do that, and 5-4 executed a flawless game to serve it out.
So Mary Stoyana, another American through qualifying on the women's side. Robin Montgomery did the same. And now another American who's trying to get through is Alvina Kalieva, who once again has a break point on Vendula Valbanova's serve at 2-4. Now the forehand from Kalieva, the backhand cross court, backhand cross into net from Kalieva. The sixth deuce point of this marathon game. This is the game that was still going on when we left to close out the Stoyana match.
It's been back and forth, and I'm sure Kalieva was trying to find the Valbanova forehand there and just took the ball down the line, just didn't quite clear the tape. Trying to play her opponent's weakness.
Serve down the center from Valbanova from the Czech Republic. Now the forehand cross court. Forehand is wide from Kalieva. Advantage Valbanova. This game approaching 13 minutes. This is the only qualifying match that's still in progress. So even more eyes, if that's possible, are going to be on these two women.
A lot of ball bouncing going on, a Marin Cilic type approach to this year amount of ball bounces.
Exhale from Alvina Kalieva, who played a long three-setter in her second qualifying match against Sofia Kostulis of Belgium. The serve floats into the box, a forehand from Kalieva. Now she loops the backhand, forehand inside in. from Valdmanova, who comes in to flick another forehand. Running backhand pass, a beauty from Kalieva. We've seen her pull that play off a couple of times. And another deuce point.
That was a wonderful backhand down the line pass. The approach up was fairly low and accurate, but this game just won't end, Brian. You sort of get the feeling like this game could almost decide it. Certainly if Kalieva wins it and gets to 5-2, she'll be feeling really good about herself.
Already up a break here at 4-2. This is the final round of qualifying. These players seek for what both of them would be their first ever appearance in the main draw of a major. Toss, almost an ace down the center, and Valdmanova took a longer than usual look across the net, but that serve had missed wide. Second serve on the way for the 18-year-old. The toss and the serve, it comes into the center of the box. An angled forehand return from Kalieva, who has to back up off that moon ball. Now flattens out a short forehand. Stretch forehand from Valdmanova. Now Kalieva to her left with a backhand middle. Forehand off the tape, but it goes. Valdmanova, forehand Kalieva, stays with it. Kalieva cross-court forehand. Forehand flicked back from Valdmanova off the baseline. Backhand Kalieva on deuce here. Kalieva to her left, tried to angle the cross-court backhand, but she went for a bit too much and found the net instead as we move towards 15 minutes in this game.
Yes, you're so right, Brian. Went for too much there. Lost all the clearance over the tape. Sometimes in these pressure moments, it's not a matter of how many winners you can hit. It's just how fewer mistakes that you can make. Just keep that ball going. Make the other player break down.
Toss and the serve, it's into the center of the box. The backhand return is long, and finally, Vendula Valdmanova holds after 15 minutes. And we'll see what kind of impact that game has on the outcome of this match. Elvina Kalieva will serve up 4-3 in the third when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. Mulo, BWS, latest 52 weeks, ending 7/6/25.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Get ready for the next to go down in history. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Brian Clark back here with David McPherson. Elvina Kalieva is trying to get into the main draw of the U.S. Open for the first time, and she had plenty of chances to go up a second break, but Vendula Valdmanova held her nerve and found a way in a 15-minute game to keep it manageable and to keep the pressure on Kalieva, who now serves at 4-3 in the third set. Kalieva looking out from under that white visor from the far baseline. The backhand return, it just caught the baseline from Valdmanova. Forehand middle from the younger player, the Czech player. Forehand cross-court from both. Now Valdmanova slides right for a forehand. Forehand on the left sideline off the baseline from Kalieva, who goes inside in. Forehand on the right side. Stretch forehand on the run. Valdmanova, forehand down the line. From left to right went Kalieva, and she takes the point.
A very well constructed point there from Kalieva. Showed patience. She was the dictator in the point, but she played with margin. All of those shots cleared the tape comfortably, even though she was in control. And that's what she needs to do down the stretch. Let's play with margin. You can still dictate the point, but don't take the net out of play.
Serve right down the center, blocked back by Valdmanova. Now a forehand middle into a forehand center. Long from Valdmanova. It's 30-love.
Another unforced error there from the forehand side of Valdmanova. That's certainly the wing. I think if I was Kaliova's coach, I'd be targeting here down the stretch in the key moments.
This whole set has felt like a bunch of key moments. We wait to see where these qualifiers are placed. We're waiting to see if any lucky losers have gotten into the U.S. Open as well. Forehand return, cross court. Now a forehand into a slice backhand from Kalieva. She kept the slice low enough so that the oncoming Valdmanova slice backhand could not go.
Yes, Kalieva showed off her speed there. She was behind in that point, but just a really good effort stretching to make a one-handed backhand slice. Just scraped it over the tape and drew the volley error.
"40 love for Kalieva, catches the toss. She's up 4-3 here in the third set. Valdmanova won the first 7-5, Kalieva 6-4. And she's up a break here in the second. Had chances for a second break, but Valdmanova was able to hold serve in a 15-minute game. Second serve here at 40 love, floats it in. Valdmanova was way inside the baseline to attack with a backhand return. Now they reset, center of the baseline, a forehand into the backhand from Valdmanova. Forehand inside in, Kalieva running forehand into net, Valdmanova. And Alvina Kalieva is one game away from the main draw of the U.S. Open.
Really nice game there at 4-3. She picked on her opponent's weakness, drew two unforced errors on the forehand side. Didn't go for winners, Brian, but she just stretched the court. Really composed, mature service game at 4-3, and she is on the cusp of qualifying.
Fell at this stage of qualifying in Melbourne this year. Got to the third round of qualifying, did Kalieva.
It's a big hurdle to get over. That last round of qualies, it's a confidence thing. It's a belief thing. Once you've done it once, then you know that you've got it. You can do it.
She's a game away from doing that there. Had a nice summer, the semifinals in Memphis, the 250 event. Her best result so far on tour, beat Peyton Stearns along the way. Also came through qualifying in Miami, recorded a first-round win there over Dalma Galfi.
Yeah, you build those, with each accomplishment, it's like a little building brick of confidence, the building block of confidence that you need as a young player as you rise up the ranks. I've qualified for a major. I've won a round in a tour event.
Valdmanova's second serve into the forehand of Kalieva. Now forehand middle from Valdmanova. Backhand center of the court from Valdmanova. A forehand into the forehand from Kalieva. Backhand inside out. Beautiful shot from Valdmanova to end that point.
That's her wing. Yes, she's very confident. Got a very pure stroke off that backhand side, Valdmanova. That time she was able to take a ball that was very central. It was behind the baseline in the middle of the court, and she threaded it up the line for a winner. Very impressive shot.
At 15 love, Valdmanova flies that serve long. Second serve on the way. These two women on court for more than 2.5 hours, and that second serve is long as well.
Did not get a lot of rotation on that ball. It went long by 2 or 3 feet. Didn't pronate the wrist enough. A lack of racket head speed on that second serve.
Valdmanova running the serve clock down inside of 5 seconds, puts the ball up and sends the ace out wide. Only 95 miles an hour, but when you spot it like that, you don't need to hit triple digits.
Yeah, the players are normally very aware of the serve clock. They see it at the corner of their eye and the screens in the corner. And some players like to play at a fast pace, you know, Federer-like, but some players like Nadal used to run that clock down for all it was worth.
Backhand cross court, a winner from Valdmanova. As you said, that is her shot, that is her wing. And she's going to take those opportunities. She's got a couple of chances here to hold serve and make Kalieva think about serving this one out.
Lethal backhand cross court there. She's taken the backhand both directions with a lot of confidence here deep in the match.
It's led to 5 winners on the day for the 18-year-old. At 40-15, there's the toss. And she puts the serve into the net. Valdmanova's toss, it goes up and double faults. Takes a lot of time between those serves. And
yeah, a lot of ball bounces and not a lot of body weight into the court on her serve. It's something that you teach young players to try to get that ball toss not directly above your head. You've got to place it out into the court so you can drive your body weight into your serve, up and out, not just up.
At 40-30, she goes down the center. Now the forehand Kalieva to her right. Goes Valdmanova, backhand down the line is wide from Kalieva, who is going to sit down. And when she gets up, she will be serving for a spot in the main draw of the U.S. Open on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Every day brings a new challenge. Pushing for that extra mile, grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolyte science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolyte, science of hydration.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
New York has always known how to welcome the world, and how to put on a show, and how to make some noise. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Elvina Kalieva, born in Brooklyn, raised in Staten Island, and now here in Queens, a couple of points away from making it into the main draw of the U.S. Open as the final qualifier to do so here on this Friday afternoon. Brian Clark, David McPherson on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. A bonus day of qualifying action because of yesterday's rain. That forced most of the players to come back and either complete or play their qualifying matches today. Kalieva served down the center. Now she lifts a lovely forehand into that far left corner. Valdmanova had to chase it down, and then Kalieva pulled off that backhand from the baseline and pulled it into the net, and it's love 15.
Yes, we've seen that a couple of times where on the backhand side, she's been so intent on going down the line and trying to play to her opponent's weaker side that, but of course, that's the lower percentage shot as well, you know, taking the ball down the line from an awkward position.
There's the toss, and the serve goes right up the center. Valdmanova, deep return middle. Now a forehand cross court from both players. Valdmanova forehand line, stretch backhand, just clears the net from Kalieva. Slice forehand drop shot from Valdmanova, and she has 2 quick points on the Kalieva serve.
The Valdmanova backhand set that short ball up, and then rather than go for a forehand winner, she wisely switched to her volley grip and played a lovely little drop shot inside out for the winner. And it's never easy serving out a match, especially for something as important as a main draw Grand Slam berth.
Serve in the toss. There's the forehand. Now forehand cross court from both. The forehand cross, a winner from Valdmanova, and she's got triple break point.
Let out a big come on as she hit that shot. She's really exerting a lot of pressure on Kalieva right now. Love 40. This is when you really need to dig deep. Just take it 1 point at a time.
Down triple break point. It's Kalieva into the net. Valdmanova now drifts inside the baseline. She won the first set 7-5. Kalieva having all sorts of problems with her toss, having all sorts of problems throughout this game here. Body serve, backhand return, a good one from Valdmanova, who now goes cross court with a forehand, but maybe tried to do too much with it and pulled it into the alley. It's 1 break point save, but still 2 to go.
Outstanding backhand return down the line. Kalieva did an amazing job just getting the ball over. It was a pretty routine forehand put away for Valbanova, but that side betrays her again.
Ace up the center for Kalieva. That's how he'll save a second break point. Still has one more to go.
Just scorched it up the tee at 115. Has she got another one in her? She'd love another 115 right up the tee.
Come back from love 40 down and at least level this 10th game of the final set. She does not have one down the tee. Instead, she puts that first serve into the net. 2 hours, 43 minutes on court for these two. And Kalieva now, second serve, down break point, sends it into the center of the box. That's a backhand from Valbanova. Forehand middle from Kalieva. Wants to avoid the Valbanova backhand. Valbanova stays forehand. Forehand cross court from Kalieva. Valbanova flicks it over, forehand line. That sets up a backhand. No, it doesn't, because Kalieva had enough on it to get it past Valbanova. She has saved 3 break points and gotten this game to deuce.
Fantastic concentration and holding her nerves here at love 40. I'm sure her emotions were running high, but she's just played 3 superlative points. That time she surprised Valbanova by going up the line when she least expected it, and she's back at deuce.
At deuce, she was love 40 down in this game. Saw a big ace from the ad side. She does not go ace here. Hits a serve out wide, and what a return from Valbanova. She blasted that forehand deep. Kalieva had no response for it. Break point number 4.
Valbanova, her best forehand return we've seen so far in this third set, and what a time to hit it. Clean as a whistle down the line.
Her backhand's been the big weapon. And now Kalieva pauses serve routine to wipe the sweat off her face. She missed that first serve long. Takes the second ball right out, couple of bounces. Second serve down break point. Into the backhand. The return goes cross court. Now backhand floats up middle. Now forehand inside out from Valbanova. The backhand hangs up again from Kalieva. Forehand line into the running forehand. Here comes Valbanova. Inside in forehand has Kalieva on the defensive. Valbanova steps in again. Kalieva's there with the pass. Pulled it off down the line to save a 4th match break point.
Kalieva was in all sorts of trouble in that point. What a gutsy effort just to stay in the point, and then somehow she retained her balance on the open stance forehand. Novak Djokovic type balance there to thread the passing shot down the line with curl spin. Outstanding courage.
2 hours, 45 minutes on court. At deuce here for Kalieva, trying to give herself a match point. Hard body serve. Now a forehand off the baseline. To her right goes Kalieva with a cross-court forehand. Forehand blasted from Valbanova. Stretch backhand. Valbanova another forehand. Kalieva tracks that down. Great wheels from the American, who moves left for a stretch backhand. Valbanova in with a forehand. And Kalieva can get there but can't get it back. Big hitting, big wheels from these two. Impressive stuff under immense pressure.
Kalieva really showing off her defensive skills. She's extending points, but right now Valbanova is going for it. She's behind. She's going for broke. And she really unleashed some ferocious ground strokes there, finding her forehand at the most opportune of times.
They are both, as I believe the Australians would say, under the pump at the moment. The pressure.
We do like to use that saying.
It is a good one, and that describes the situation here. It's another break point for Valbanova. A forehand inside out does not convert. She had Kalieva moving the wrong way, but she put the forehand into the net. It's another deuce point as Kalieva saves another break point. That's now 5 break points saved in the game.
It's clearly the pattern of play is Valbanova is the dictator in most of these points. She's hitting the ball bigger and harder, but making more mistakes. Kalieva's just gritty, using her speed and defensive skills to try and get out of this match.
Toss goes up and is caught.
A lot of court ball tosses by these two, Brian.
That toss goes up, that serve goes up the center, the backhand loop long, and it is a match point for Elvina Kalieva.
Yes, we've seen probably 8 or 9 court ball tosses in the last 4 games. If I was in charge of the rules, that'd be 8 faults,
Yeah,
Brian.
I'm right there with you. But what a response here from Kalieva, who was love 40 down in this game. She's now saved 5 break points in this game and has given herself a match point for a berth in the main draw of the U.S. Open. Elvina Kalieva's toss, the serve, it's just a bit long. And exhale, look across the court. Kalieva's toss, the serve, it's into the backhand of Valdmanova. Forehand drop shot from Valdmanova. Here comes Kalieva to steer it across. Valdmanova cuts it off with a volley that's out of the reach of Kalieva. Gutsy shot making on match point for Vendula Valdmanova to save a match point.
Excruciatingly close for Kalieva. She covered the drop shot really well. She slid a little forehand down the line and then reached with everything she had to cut off the next ball, but her racket was just 2 or 3 inches away from being able to reach it. And she had an open court as well. So close to victory.
At deuce, here's Kalieva. That match point has come and gone. Kalieva from the near baseline, serve up the center. Now the backhand middle from Valdmanova. Slice backhand that floated through the court into a forehand. Now a backhand looped. Caught the right sideline from Kalieva. Slice backhand on the run, Kalieva. Forehand from Valdmanova dictating for the baseline. Kalieva's backhand's long, and Valdmanova has a 6th break point here.
Valdmanova in charge of all these points. Kalieva's unable to land a big enough first serve to get the first strike and dictate the points. So she is purely in defensive mode right now, just fighting for dear life.
Kalieva has saved 5 break points in this game. She was love 40 down to start the game, came back, saved 5, had a match point she couldn't convert. Now trying to save a 6th break point. Slice backhand from Valdmanova. Now a forehand from Kalieva. Valdmanova reaches and blocks it into the net. Looked like Valdmanova was once again going to take charge of a point, but Kalieva again showing off the defensive skills.
She is really just channeling her inner Novak Djokovic right here. It was an open stance, squash shot forehand, desperation play that somehow she kept at the point alive, and Valdmanova really thought that return had done enough.
Clock hits 2 hours, 50 minutes on court for these two. Serve clock's inside of 3 seconds as Kalieva looks across the court at deuce. Serves up the center into the body. The backhand return from Valdmanova. Backhand Kalieva. Forehand Valdmanova. Kalieva to her right with a cross-court forehand. Forehand down the left sideline into the backhand. A forehand from Valdmanova. Forehand from Kalieva. A forehand miss-hit long from Valdmanova. Match point number 2 as this game moves towards 11 minutes.
Kalieva, yet another courageous point. She withstood a barrage of powerful shots from Valdmanova, then was able to loop a heavy topspin forehand over to the Valdmanova forehand, and once again that side betrays her at the most inopportune times, and we're at match point.
For the 2nd time. Elvina Kalieva fell at this hurdle of qualifying earlier this year. Can change all of that right now. The backhand return from Valdmanova. The backhand middle from Kalieva. Forehand from Valdmanova. Forehand from Kalieva. Now forehand drop shot from Valdmanova. Here comes Kalieva and sliced it low into the net. Another gutsy play to go drop shot from Valdmanova, and it paid off. She saves a match point for the 2nd time.
Yes, well, I think at this stage of the match with the tension so high, Valdmanova has more confidence in her forehand drop shot than she has at hitting through her forehand. And Kalieva needs to understand that just like when you're playing Sasha Bublik, you know, you've got to be on red alert when you see him with a short ball, because he goes to the drop shot a lot, and this is exactly what Valdmanova is doing right now when she's getting short forehands. So, clock running down.
Not called for it. She kind of got away with one there. The serve comes down the center. The backhand returns into net, and it's a 3rd match point for Elvina Kalieva.
Oh, the umpire showed some leniency there. It was on 0-0 there for at least 2 seconds. The umpire elected not to give her a time violation.
And now Kalieva has a 3rd match point. There's the toss, and there's the serve. It's into the backhand return, cross-court and deep. A good return from Valdmanova, who sets up a forehand. Kalieva to her right. She's got a match point here. It's her third. Has not converted the first two. Floats the backhand slice. Now a forehand, cross-court forehand from Kalieva. Forehand down the line from Valdmanova. Backhand middle, inside-out forehand, Valdmanova. Backhand Kalieva, center of the court. Cross-court forehand, Valdmanova. Stretch forehand, Kalieva. Inside-out forehand. There's the backhand lob. Cut off with a volley, but into the net. Kalieva does it. 2 hours, 52 minutes for the New Yorker, who is going to the big dance. Elvina Kalieva, for the first time in her career, is into the main draw of a major. Vendula Valdmanova came around the net to give her a hug, and Elvina Kalieva has an ear-to-ear smile. She looks exhausted, which you could certainly understand, and she looks overjoyed. She is into the main draw of her home major, the U.S. Open.
And she would be exhausted because she was doing 80% of the running out there. Valdmanova was in charge of all the points. And in that last point, that was incredible to describe it to you. The approach shot from Valdmanova had Kalieva completely off the court. She actually fell over as she hit the backhand pass. All Valdmanova needed to do was get the volley over the net, but somehow it didn't come off the strings correctly and fell into the net, and Kalieva couldn't believe her luck. She's lying there on the court knowing that she's won the match.
How about this for a sporting family? She grew up in New York City. Her brother is a professional ice hockey player and has spent time with the New York Rangers. So you have a kid from New York who has played ice hockey at Madison Square Garden for the Rangers, and now you have his sister who is qualified for the U.S. Open and is going to be playing the main draw here in a couple of days' time. Incredible stuff for the Kalieva family, but it's Elvina Kalieva who gets it done. And what a match, and take nothing away from her opponent on this occasion, Vendula Valdmanova, who fought so valiantly, was in real danger of going down 2 breaks, but after about a 15-minute game, kept it to just 1 break. We just saw the replay of Kalieva fall as she hit that shot and then saw the ball come over.
Just so incredible. I mean, she was on the court. She had no hope of recovering. Hopefully she didn't injure herself on that last play because she really sprawled almost into the side fence.
And she was just given a nice presentation from the U.S. Open. It's one of the cool things the tournament does here, where they present the player with some commemoration of their first trip to the main draw. And it is Elvina Kalieva's first trip to the main draw. So that's, wow, what a way to close out qualifying.
Yeah, and they do it right after the match. I remember when Ben Shelton won his first match here, his locker was right next to John Isner's, and he opened up his locker the next morning and he saw the commemorative award for it. Congratulations for winning your first round match. And John was like, wow, they never gave me one back in my day.
Yeah, that's some of the new initiatives they've done here. And, you know, it's been met with rave reviews from the players. It's a really cool thing, especially for some of the players we've talked about their journey through qualifying, where this is a big deal. You know, this is something where, take Kalieva, for example, loses 3rd round of qualifying at the Australian Open, falls before that stage in both Paris and London, but here gets over that final hurdle at her home major. What an accomplishment to close out a remarkable qualifying. Wow. Take a deep breath after that, because we've got the main draw. That begins Sunday, and today is also media day here at the U.S. Open. And maybe the most anticipated person to hear from is somebody we had not heard from for a couple of months, and that is Carlos Alcaraz. He has not played on tour since April, dealing with that wrist injury. We saw him come back for the mixed doubles event with Serena Williams, and Carlos met the media. So let's take a listen to what the defending champion had to say.
Carlos, welcome.
Thank you.
Because of the big crowd, we're going to go right to the studio audience. Okay, there we go. Please raise your hands, 1 question each. Please mute your phones. English first. Matt.
Hey, Carlos. Good to see you. Last year in the movie, you talked about with the arm injury, how it was hard to trust it when you were coming back from it. And I'm curious, how has the experience with the wrist been similar to that, the point I remember the scene in the movie where the doctors are telling you you're going to be fine, and you were still worried about it. And do you have a similar experience with the wrist? What has it been like?
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the US Open.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the US Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active, without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the US Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Carlos, welcome.
Thank you.
Because of the big crowd, we're going to go right to the studio audience. Okay, there we go. Please raise your hands, one question each. Please mute your phones. English first. Matt.
Hey, Carlos. Good to see you. Last year in the movie, you talked about with the arm injury, how it was hard to trust it when you were coming back from it. And I'm curious, how has the experience with the wrist been similar to that? The point, I remember the scene in the movie where the doctors are telling you you're going to be fine, and you were still worried about it. And do you have a similar experience with the wrist? What has it been like?
Well, yeah, I have similar feelings with it. I do remember when I just got injured in the forearm, but I played before Roland Garros. I played Madrid, but I just come in here with kind of the similar feelings of I need competition. I need to come here to practice with these guys to feel the competition once again. And this is a real testing. But I'm feeling great, and I think that injury helped me a lot to know right now that it's all on my head. I gotta trust my team. I gotta trust my people that tell me that it's gonna be fine. So I just have to go 100%. And then right now, I think with the practice that I've made so far, it's been all good. So just trying to stay away from that fear, and I'm playing normally.
Just a reminder, no shooting from the seats, okay? Thank you. Tamani.
Hey, Carlos. Good to see you. Just curious, how challenging has the past 4 months been, and I guess what was the toughest period? Like, was there any period when your positivity where you weren't able to be as positive?
Well, I'm gonna say it's been 4 months and a half that I had everything. So the first month was kind of difficult for me because I couldn't do anything with my right arm. So it was tough, but at the same time, I enjoyed my time. I enjoyed my time with family, with friends, staying at home. But once I just started to practice a little bit, and that I didn't know when I'm gonna start. That thoughts are really difficult to deal with, because I don't know if I'm gonna be ready for Cincinnati, for US Open, or I'm gonna miss the whole American swing. So that thoughts were really difficult to deal with. But finally here we are. My goal was try to be healthy as soon as possible, and try not to miss more competitions. So I would say that intrusive thoughts were the most difficult things to deal with in this process.
Catherine.
Hi, Carlos. When you say it's all in your head, does that mean, have you made any technical changes at all to any of your game, either because of what's happened or to prevent it from happening again?
Well, no, not at all. I just I've been doing the same things. I didn't change anything about technique, about movement, about the way that I'm gonna play. I just wanted to feel like I'm gonna be myself, and I think that's important. So if I just felt that I had to change something to come here, I wouldn't be here. So I think for me the most important thing is to be and to keep my identity, myself. Hopefully I have a really long career. So that's what I was thinking, and for me was the most important thing.
Just how did you make the decision that this was the time, this was the tournament where you would be ready to come back, and how much was that at all in doubt? Also, being a best-of-5 tournament for your first turn back, is that at all more of a challenge to the first event?
Well, I know coming here, to the show, to the US Open, best of 5 for the first tournament in such a long time. It's really challenging, and probably in terms of recuperation and everything is not the best team. But we, my team and me, believe that I'm ready, and it wasn't an easy decision. I just did whatever it took to be ready. I tried to do everything perfect on and off the court to feel ready. Really long practices, really intense practices, just to see how my grease is gonna react on the practices and after that really long days. We saw it's everything okay. It's everything good with those practices, and we believe and we thought that all right, it's gonna be the time to be back. And I think there is a better tournament than the US Open to be back and feel the love and feel the warm welcome that always the people here giving to me.
Second row.
Carlos, tell us what it was like to watch Spain win the World Cup last month. And how and why did you take the trophy? How did that come about, that ceremony?
Well, first of all, for me, it was a lifetime experience. Seeing Spain winning the World Cup, and when I came here, I just I thought about it, and I still think about it sometimes. So it's great, and Louis Vuitton had the trunks that that was carrying the trophy. So they told me that if I'm down to do it, and I was like, there is a lifetime experience for me, like holding the trophy in the ceremony, to give it to the on the field. So it was a great experience. So going back a little bit about the things that I missed, the tournaments that I missed, and everything, I just try to make the most of the opportunities that life brought to me, and this is one of those things that I enjoyed so much. So it was a really cool experience, really cool moment, and I'm gonna keep it from
I have time for a couple more in English.
Hi, Carlos. Congrats on the Spain World Championship.
Thanks.
We were from Denmark, so we weren't there, so we cheered for you. But speaking of Denmark, you had a whole week with Holger in Murcia. He was happy about it. I haven't heard you talk about it. Did you get any answers during that week in Murcia? And can you tell us about how it went? And was it there you decided, I'm going to US Open?
Well, it was a really important week for me. I gotta say thank you to Olga that he came to Murcia that week to practice with me. He's in a really good form. Obviously, he needs more freedom and stuff, but it helped me a lot to realize that I just all right, I'm ready. I'm ready to come here. I'm ready to perform, and yeah, it was great. I mean, he's welcome there every time he needs it, or every time he wants to go. So I was really happy to see him back on court, practicing well, with high intensity, and hopefully seeing him back, I can wait to see him around. And once again, thank you for helping me out to that I just am able to play here.
We only have time for one more question in English, Willie.
Carlos, what are your thoughts about Yannick not being here and you guys alternating with injury absences?
Well, it is. I mean, it is the same. I think for everybody that someone like Yannick is missing this tournament, this a Grand Slam. But it's kind of weird. We are not gonna see each other for like 6 months now, 7 months. So it's a kind of weird situation, to be honest. But I just wish him all the best. Hopefully a soon and really great recovery, and see him back, on court at his best once again. But I'm gonna see a lot of players as are having a great having problems with their bodies and everything with the injuries. I think that means how tight everything is on the calendar and the year. But hopefully we're gonna see Yannick back on court better than ever.
Okay, that concludes the English portion.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the US Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
New York knows legends and history, and we know how to grind. And for sure, how to have a good time.
5-4, second serve, Venus outside the try lines. Oh, what a shot that was from Venus. Outside the try lines, down the line with a forehand.
What did she just do?
Get ready for the next unbelievable moments. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
There's the toss, and there's the serve. It's into the backhand return, cross-court deep. A good return from Valbanova, who sets up a forehand. Kalieva to her right. She's got a match point here. It's her third. Has not converted the first two. Floats the backhand slice. Now a forehand, cross-court forehand from Kalieva. Forehand on the line from Valbanova. Backhand middle. Inside-out forehand, Valbanova. Backhand Kalieva, center of the court. Cross-court forehand, Valbanova. Stretch forehand, Kalieva. Inside-out forehand. There's the backhand lob. Cut off with a volley, but into the net. Kalieva does it. 2 hours, 52 minutes for the New Yorker, who is going to the big dance. That was quite a way to conclude qualifying at this year's U.S. Open. An unbelievable performance from Elvina Kalieva to book her spot in the main draw of the U.S. Open. Brian Clark back here with David McPherson for a few more minutes. And we won't be here tomorrow, or at least on the air. We will be back at it on Sunday morning when we begin main draw play here at the U.S. Open. So, Macca, this was a fantastic fan week so far. That continues. If you're around, you want to come to the grounds tomorrow, they're open. You'll see top players practicing, all sorts of events going on. That reminds me, one of the events going on right now in the South Plaza, there's Ball Crew Karaoke. And I wanted to know if you were going to take part.
Oh, my goodness. I think I might skip.
Do you have a karaoke song?
You know, I did sing once.
Just once?
I don't think I distinguished myself from memory, yes. But
what did you perform?
There was a great song, love song, James Blunt. What was his big hit? I Saw You on the Subway. Oh, gosh.
Yeah,
sorry.
Beautiful.
Yes, I absolutely disgraced myself one night trying to pull that off.
I have some opinions about that song, so I don't think you did bad, just because based on other things.
It was a lovely song.
Okay, so yeah, I'll let you know if there's room in the queue for you out there at Ball Crew Karaoke. So here we are. It's like Christmas Eve, or the night before the first day of school, where we're starting to think about, okay, what's going to happen. We talked a lot yesterday about the draws and about how for people like a Ben Shelton, a Carlos Alcaraz, it's a difficult draw. For Carlos, it's a difficult first-round opponent in Roman Safulin. For Shelton, it's just a difficult path to look at. But now it's it's almost time to go to work, essentially. So what's this final 36, 48 hours look like for the players and their teams?
Well, whether you're a top seed or an outsider, the nerves of the first round are significant. So you're just trying to fine-tune your game in these tomorrow, and then, of course, some of the players play Sunday, some won't play all the way till Tuesday. So there's some different scenarios out there depending on what part of the draw that you're in. But it's a fascinating U.S. Open because I feel like there's never before have there been so many possibilities. I think there's so many theories about who might win this year on both the men's and the women's side. So that's fascinating. And I thought Fan Week went off brilliantly. The mixed doubles was a highlight of the week. So many incredible matches with great theater there in the mixed doubles with the new format. And then that last match that we just witnessed encapsulates, I think, the nerves and the drama, the euphoria and the agony of defeat, that all comes in with qualifying for the last major of the year, the U.S. Open.
So qualifying concluded today. Today was also media day, where the top players met the media. Another one of those top players, somebody who we will often talk about here. Obviously, he's one of the top-ranked American players. He was just in the Masters final in Cincinnati. That's Frances Tiafoe, who is going to play Martin Daum here for the second year in a row in the first round. Well, Daum last year was in the second round, but they'll play at the U.S. Open for the second year in a row. We don't know yet when that match will be played. We know it won't be Sunday, so it'll either be Monday or Tuesday. We'll hopefully be nice. We have the rest of the schedule before we go off the air in 7 minutes, but in case we don't, let's at least hear from Frances Tiafoe with Gil Gross earlier today.
Gil Gross with Frances Tiafoe on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Frances, by a lot of metrics, this has been the best year of your career. Has it felt that way throughout?
Yeah, no, for sure. I've been super consistent this year. I've won a lot of matches this year. I gave myself a chance in a lot of events this year. So, it shows how much the body's been hurting from the year. So, by metrics, it definitely is my best season for sure.
Have you tweaked some of the things that you started doing at the beginning of the season?
Hey, sorry, man.
You're good, man. All good.
My bad.
All good, man.
I'm sorry.
I forgive you. A lot was made out of some of the habits that you created last fall coming into this year. Have you sort of kept the same regimen, or have you tweaked it as the season has gone on?
Yeah, obviously, it's so easy to be that dialed in at home. I could create some consistency. I just needed to get on that consistency, and then obviously it had to be moderated. You know, I couldn't be the output I was putting out. I couldn't be doing that and playing matches, obviously. But I mean, as far as the clean eating, as far as just clearing the mind, as far as just just choosing peace over everything and getting the brain fog out, it's been good, man. And ultimately, just putting myself first and putting my career first. So it's easy. It was kind of easy to continue that.
Thanks, Francis. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Sean.
That disruption you heard in the middle of that interview, by the way, was Ben Shelton. But yeah, there's something to be said for that. Just how Francis this year has been locked in. Kind of I think the last couple of years have been a somewhat sobering reality check for him. And to take stock of your career in the manner in which he has, and to make the necessary changes, because it would be easy to not do that and to just kind of coast, but to make those sorts of changes and now be rewarded with the kind of tennis we're seeing from Tiafoe. How impressed are you by that level of maturity and that level of ownership he's taken?
Yeah, well, it's nice to see, players continuing to evolve and continuing to improve and not being satisfied with where you're at. And I would say that that's a criticism of you could have possibly laid at some of the American players' feet. Just having a successful career, but just not taking that final step. And this is an opportunity, a wonderful opportunity for all these fine American players to take that final step and win a major, win a U.S. Open with Jannik Sinner not here. Carlos Alcaraz, a little question mark on after 4 months. There has to be on where he's at. Novak, the great, the GOAT, in his twilight years. So, I mean, there is a real chance for one of our young Americans to step up and take the title.
That has not happened for an American man since 2003 when Andy Roddick did it. We saw Andy Roddick here earlier in the tournament when he played Roger Federer on Roger's return to the U.S. Open. Roger Federer, of course, this weekend is in Newport, Rhode Island. He is getting inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame along with Mary Carrillo for her work in television and around the sport, and, of course, her mixed doubles title at Roland Garros with her childhood neighbor John McEnroe. So those two are being honored up in Newport, and then the attention shifts back here to Queens and the 2026 U.S. Open. We've also got, of course, those final few tour matches down in Winston-Salem for the men right now. The women are in Philadelphia, so that heads into the business end this weekend, and those players will be making their way up to New York City here. And just what a fan week this has been, where there's been so much, whether it was the awesome qualifying, the incredible events, the mixed doubles. Just this feels like it's really set the table in a way that this has been so much fun, and now we're getting ready for the big thing. Oh, right, the U.S. Open is to come.
Yeah, we've had so much entertainment and drama already in this opening week, and yet, as you say, it's all in front of us. And what's also in front of us is someone's got a birthday today, and a little birdie told me, and I'd just like to give you a certificate that you can use at a later date.
Thank you. Yes, it's a certificate for a gift from the crew here. Thank you very much. It's always it's fun to celebrate my birthday at the U.S.
Very thoughtful from the crew to just come up with a little birthday gift for Brian here. That's thoroughly deserved.
And just test the reflexes. The crew, we have a great time here on U.S. Open Radio, and it's fantastic for everybody else. It's fantastic to bring you the tennis, and it's been great to do it throughout Fan Week, but now we're going to do it for real beginning on Sunday, because beginning on Sunday, we are going to have ball by ball. First ball Sunday morning to the last ball, 2 Sundays from that point on with the men's final. It will all be covered here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. So that will do it for Fan Week. We will next talk to you Sunday morning when we begin the main draw play. 10:30 on Sunday morning. We'll be on 10:30 Eastern Time. We'll have all the action from that point forward for the main draw of the 2026 U.S. Open. Until that time, for David McPherson and our entire crew, I'm Brian Clark on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular.